A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. With Max Sanders committed to the penitentiary for 1 year and a day, Gerald Proust lost no time trying to gain control of his share in the Sanders interest. Mary, saving Max's control for him until he is a free man, refused to sell out to Proust at any price. He called Mr. Barton, an industrialist who was building a factory in town, and who has befriended Max and Mary Sanders. Proust told Barton that the mill hands, or the town's public opinion and power, resented Mary as the wife of their imprisoned ex-leader. Recalled to Barton that besides being a public servant himself, he and the mill would be dependent upon each other, and that therefore it would not be wise to buck public opinion. Would Barton, merely for Mary's sake, understand? Would Barton speak to his friend Mary Sanders and explain her precarious position and urge her to leave town? It is a few moments later. Barton, in his field office, is waiting for the operator to get Mary Sanders on the line. Barton's vivacious 18-year-old daughter is with him.
But, Father, why telephone Mary Sanders? It's Danny and Phyllis Stratford that I want to help.
Mary's husband, being Phyllis's brother, Mary would have an interest in the couple, see?
Oh. Well, do you think Mary will like my idea of living with the Stratfords?
Oh, living with them?
Why, yes. Phyllis gets along all right in a wheelchair during the day, but at night, suppose something happened to one of those tiny babies in the middle of the night. Suppose Danny didn't hear that baby and something was wrong. A pin sticking or colic or something. That'd be terrible to him. And you're always saying I'm a reckless daughter of the rich with nothing serious on my mind.
Well?
Well, taking care of an invalid is something worthwhile. And they need me, I think. I hope. Daddy, you don't suppose they wouldn't want me?
Well, the best way to find out is to ask them, isn't it? Yes? Oh, how are you, Mary?
Ask if it's all right with her, Dad.
No, be quiet. Oh, no, not you, Mary. That daughter of mine is here tormenting me again. Now look, Mary, I'd like to have a little chat with you. Oh, will you be home in the next half hour or so? May I come over then? Fine. All right. Thank you. We'll be right over. Bye.
You didn't ask her, Dad.
Tell you what, Laura. You go over and talk to Danny and Phyllis Stratford about your little plan. Meet me in 20 minutes.
Well, no, Mr. Barton, I haven't been around town very much since the trial started. Why do you ask?
Well, then you haven't had any occasion for noticing the attitude of the townspeople towards you, I suppose.
Why, no. What attitude?
Mary, a very peculiar situation has arisen concerning the administration of the affairs of this town.
Oh, you mean about Matt?
Yes. The former leader of Sanders' political life is your husband. The town looked up to him, trusted him, lived largely by what he said and did.
And now the man they believed in so implicitly is a criminal, and they feel they've been let down. Is that it?
The mill hands seem to feel that way about it, Mary.
And as the mill goes, so goes Sanders. Right?
I'm afraid so. They bitterly resent Max's having mixed in with the gambling outfit. It might have overrun the town. Now Max is in prison, and they resent him for having made fools of them. They resent you.
They resent me? But why?
Heaven alone understands the psychology of the crowd. But it's a fact that they regard you as a constant reminder of their humiliation. They might even think that you are as guilty as Max. Think that you knew about the whole affair all the time.
Oh, how utterly. What else?
I'm very much afraid they resent you just enough to make you very unwelcome here in Sanders.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, Mr. Barton, how do you know the mill hands feel that way? Did Gerald Proust speak to you?
I'd really rather not say, Mary.
All right. What do you suggest, Mr. Barton?
I don't know what to say, Mary. I believe in Max's innocence. I like you and Max very much. All my friendship for you and Max urges me to tell you to leave town for your own sake alone.
But, Mr.
The
Barton...
troublesome part of it is that certain other interests of mine also compel me to tell you to leave town. I wouldn't know which impulse secretly influenced me more strongly.
I understand your position, Mr. Barton.
My factory will be largely dependent for its success upon the complete cooperation and goodwill of the mill. My supporting you might antagonize the mill people.
But, Mr. Barton...
Please. Failure of my factory wouldn't mean just a personal loss to me. It would throw a great many people out of work. People who came from out of town to make their homes here even. Suffering and hardship to be inflicted on innocent families.
I can see that.
I have a certain social consciousness. It's reflected in my daughter, Laura. For the sake of the workers, the factory must succeed. In that respect, my factory is a public trust, and I am a public servant. If your presence annoys the mill hand, if my support of you annoys them...
I know. It might have far-reaching effects on your business relations and all that it means to your workers.
So you see, I'd also be prejudiced in advising you to...
Then let me say something, Mr. Barton. If I were sure that this unrest you speak of at the mill were a fact, I'd step out of my own free will. I'd be the last person in the world to want to bring hardship and suffering to those people because of my presence. But I doubt that those conditions exist.
I wonder. Of course, it came to me...
If I leave town, it means automatically giving up my husband's stock in the Sanders' interest. And Max's last word to me when we parted was that I save his stock until he's free. So until I know that my being here may cause serious hardship and trouble for others, I'm going to carry out my husband's wishes.
I see, Mary. And I congratulate you. And for my part, I'm not deserting you yet. Since you intend to stay and see it out, I'll do all I can, considering my position, to help you. And there's my hand on it.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Oh, excuse me, please.
Oh, that's that 18-year-old of mine out there.
Well, let's see if it is.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, come in, Laura. Oh, how pretty you look.
I'm so excited. Where's Father?
Right in here. Since he's been expecting you.
Oh, hello, Father. Father, it's all right. I can do it. Daddy and Phyllis think it's a splendid idea. Did you ask Mary? Do you mind, Mary? May I do it?
I don't know, Laura. Mind what?
Oh, Father, you never said a word to her.
Mary, Laura wants to be useful or something, and she's made up her mind she's going to take care of Phyllis and live there.
And live there, did you say?
Isn't it a lovely idea?
Well, now, couldn't you stop in often just as well? I mean, is it necessary to stay at the Stratford?
Well, things are always happening to babies, and Phyllis says she often wished she had someone like me around. So don't you like the idea, Mary?
Oh, Laura, it's very generous of you to offer, but, well, you're very young, and might not be as exciting as you think it is. I'm not sure, Laura.
Well, you don't think there can be any harm?
Oh, no, I just thought about your being...
Oh, I'm as strong as anything, and I do so want to do it. So don't you worry one bit about me, will you?
No.
Then it's all settled.
Yes. Yes, Laura, it's all settled.
We wondered, Mary, when you said that Laura was so young and lovely. Were you thinking, too, that Danny is young and impressionable, and his wife an invalid? Anyhow, you've made it plain that you're going to fight for your husband's rights. And Barton's with you as well as he can be.
From Hollywood, California, and an Allied base in Naples, Italy, Autolite brings you Everything for the Boys, the Command Theater of the Air starring Mr. Ronald Colman. and his guest for tonight, Miss Martha Scott. Everything for the Boys is presented by the Electric Autolite Company and its 22 great manufacturing plants. Builders of precision equipment for 35 years. World famous for Autolite spark plugs, batteries, wire, cable, and electrical systems for automotive, aviation, and marine use. Your host, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you and good evening. The web of our life is of a mingled yarn, good and evil together, said Shakespeare. Undoubtedly, Mr. Shakespeare was looking over my shoulder at the playbill tonight, for there's good and evil in the story of the play we're doing for you. Then a shortwave conversation with 2 Canadian soldiers in Naples, Italy, completes this global half hour, which we dedicate to all the men and women of the armed forces at home and overseas.
First, a thought. An invasion beachhead has no docks, no wharves. Tanks have to wade ashore, their motors roaring at full efficiency and power. Water must not stop their engines. And splashing water does not stop our tanks. They wade ashore, ford rivers, plunge through water-filled bomb craters. In thousands of these tanks, an Autolite splash-proof ignition coil transforms 24 volts of Autolite-generated current into many thousands volts of electrical energy. Yes, these splash-proof ignition coils are something new for Autolite, yet it's only natural for an organization of men and women who engineered and manufactured ignition coils for automotive use in peacetime to produce a splash-proof ignition coil so necessary to the amphibious operations of Allied mechanized forces. The technical knowledge they have gained in years of ignition engineering has stood them in good stead. Under severe conditions, the performance of this waterproof coil is proving absolutely dependable. This new unit is another example that the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. And now the play, The Girl on the Road, a radio play by Arch Oboler suggested by a Louis Adamick short story. The players, Ronald Coleman and his guest, Martha Scott.
You say 5 gallons, mister?
Yeah, I said 5.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Check your oil or something?
No, everything's under control.
Let me see, that'll be $1 and 1 C-stamp.
Yeah, still.
Oh, about 15, 16 miles. Sure getting cold, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You know, yours is the first car that's been through here all morning.
Yeah, times have changed.
Used to have all the cross-country traffic along this road.
Well, those times will come again. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Cold day is right. 16 miles. Just in time for lunch. Who's that on the... girl? Out here? Do you want a lift? I say, do you want a lift? Well, girl, what's the matter? Don't you hear me? Why are you standing... Hey, don't faint! Holy... Come on. In the car.
My suitcase, please.
I'll get you in first. I'll get your suitcase. There.
Suitcase, please.
Here's your suitcase. I'll close the door on this side and come around. There. Better? Oh, the wind's like a knife. What are you doing on the road? Where are you going? Oh, wait a minute. You're frozen. I think I'd better get you to a doctor.
I'm all right.
That's still think I ought to get you to a doctor.
No, I'm all right. I want to rest. Do you a cigarette?
I'm sorry, I haven't.
Where are you going?
Oh, now, don't try and talk. Just rest.
Where are you going?
Oh, going east? Where are you going?
Chicago.
Oh, that's a long way out. You're going to hitchhike all the way? By George, I hadn't noticed you. You're very young, aren't you? Miss Girl, we've reached the town. How would you like a cup of... Oh. Asleep. All right.
What do you have?
A cup of coffee, please.
Okay.
Have you any sort of hot sandwich I could take out?
Nothing to take out for the duration.
Well, could I have a cup of coffee?
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. I meant another cup to take out to someone else in the car.
Why don't you come in?
Well, she's sick.
Boss won't like it, but... To heck with the boss. I'll get it for you.
Thank you very much.
I wish I could fix a sandwich, but I can't. Boss is the cook, and he's down at the draft board. Here you are, and it's hot.
Thank you. And this is for you.
Thank you.
I'll bring you the cup right back.
Okay.
Hey, girl, wake up. I brought you some more coffee. Wake up. Why did you scream? There's no reason to...
I'm
Hey,
sorry.
what's the matter here? What's the matter, lady?
Oh, it's all right. It's nothing.
What do you mean everything's all right? She screamed, didn't she?
Yes, I know, but...
Yeah, all right. Why did she scream for?
What's the trouble here? What's the trouble?
Well, she screamed, officer. Yeah, and this is the guy.
Look, officer, it's very simple. She was asleep, and when I woke her to give her this coffee, she screamed.
What did she scream for?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Who are you, mister? Where you from? Who's this girl?
Why, she...
Jim,
She...
why don't you tell them to mind their own business?
Huh?
Well, this man's my brother. I've been sick. He's driving me home.
Well, what did you scream for?
Because I was asleep and I was dreaming and waking up suddenly startled me, that's all. Now, why don't you people just go along and mind your own business?
Okay, move along.
There's nothing to it. How do you like that? You try to help somebody, they tell you to mind your own.
I'll have that coffee now, mister. You don't understand. I've been talking to you, but you haven't understood at all.
Oh, I think I have.
No, you're a nice person. You just can't understand what those people might have done to you if you told them the truth.
Is there a law against doing a good deed?
See, you don't understand. They wanted to think the worst of you. They wanted trouble.
Oh, you're quite a cynic for, what are you, 19, 20?
20.
Rather coincidence. Jim is my name. James Dornin. What's yours?
Mary Stevens.
Uh-huh.
Mrs.
Yeah, I saw the ring. You're feeling all right now, aren't you?
Yes. Well, how far are you going?
I am curious to know why you're hitchhiking in this kind of weather.
Does that radio work?
Uh-huh.
May I?
Sure, go ahead.
And each and every one of us must remember that this war is our war. Ours to win or lose. Ours, the victory's in...
So quiet.
I thought you wanted to listen to the radio.
I changed my mind.
Someone close to you in the war?
Do you read palms, too?
I told you. I have a questioning mind.
All right. I just saw my husband off to his embarkation point. He's a soldier, infantry. He's got a gun. He's going to shoot and get shot at. Are you satisfied now?
Oh, I'm sorry.
What do you do?
I'm a writer.
Yeah?
Yes.
I suppose I'm material.
I'm doing training books for the Army. I go from camp to camp. This is my last trip.
I just got through doing that.
Did you?
Uh-huh. Everywhere he went, I went. Until this last...
Oh.
No, don't be sorry for me. Nobody has to be sorry for me.
I'm glad you're going to be all right.
Sure I am. I'm going to get back to Chicago, move back in with my mother, and I'm not going to go anywhere or do anything until he comes home again. Do you hear me? Until he comes home again. Where are we?
Oh, quite a way to go yet.
I fell asleep.
You hungry?
No.
While you were sleeping, I've been thinking about you.
What about me?
Oh, I was just thinking how sad it is that the very young always have the largest crises. What a pity the larger problems don't wait until we're older and mature enough to contend with them.
I haven't got a problem, Mr. Anthony.
No.
No. Say, your radio's gone dead. Dead radio, dead world.
Don't you think it's foolish in times like these to tear oneself apart with thoughts like that?
I have a right to think.
Oh, of course you have. And you've the right to hide away in your mother's house until the war's over, if that's what you want.
You said before that the young always seem to have the troubles. Why is it that as soon as somebody gets a little older, they start talking sermons every time they open their mouths?
The truth is a sermon?
All right, I don't want the truth. I want to be left alone. You haven't talked for miles.
You asked to be left alone.
Well, listen. For 2 days, I've been getting rides with all sorts of people. I've had to fight off some fellow with a California license plate with a dozen hands. And I've had to sit for 50 miles and listen to some salesman telling me about the trouble he's been having with his wife and a truck driver who's mad at his draft board. Then you come along. Now we've gone for miles and miles, and you don't talk to me.
Oh, no, I took you at your own word.
Why can't you see it my way? Look at me. I haven't slept in a bed in a week. My clothes, my shoes. I spent my last dollar getting to where Freddie was. Well, now what have I got ahead of me? Nothing. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Nothing. It's my right to do what I want to do, isn't it? Isn't that what they're fighting for? Why are you stopping?
Oh, just to light my pipe.
Oh. Well, why don't you answer me? Isn't that what they're fighting for? Why don't you talk to me?
Well, I've been listening to you.
Well?
I'm wondering what you're so terribly afraid about.
Afraid?
Yes.
Why should I be afraid?
For the last 2 years, I've been going from camp to camp, and from one embarkation port to another. I've seen women afraid for their husbands, but with you, it's more than that. I've had that feeling ever since you screamed when I woke you. It's in your face, the words as you say them. Why are you so afraid, Mary?
You're a writer, all right. Yes, you are. You make up stories as you go along, don't you? Afraid. What kind of a story is that you're making up? Where are you going to have it printed? Happy confessions?
Tell me, Mary. Please.
We had such a wonderful time. It was only 3 days, but it was like all the fun in the world put together. That's all we were married, 3 days, and now I'm scared. I'm scared.
Of what?
When he comes back, will he come back to me? Will he still want me? All the things that'll happen to him, the places he'll go and the things he'll do, will he want to come back to me?
So that's it.
That's it. That sign said city limits.
Yes.
I must be a sight.
You can take the handkerchief out of my pocket.
Oh, no,
Now, go ahead.
I am a sight.
No, not at all.
I never could put lipstick on straight in an automobile.
Mary,
What?
this fear that you have, many people have it these days. It's a fear of the future. Where will they fit in that post-war world everyone's talking about? Sometimes it's a fear like yours. Will someone still love me? Or it's a fear of whether there'll be work for me, or will my hands and brain be out of key with new conditions? Well, there's no certain answer. But there is a way of life in these times that can give you and me a hope for a good life in the future.
Tell me.
Oh, I'm no wise man. All my life I've done pretty much what I wanted to do, but now I'm wondering, doesn't the answer to this problem of the future lie in each of us right now, giving up the privilege of acting as if it were the center of the universe? The privilege your Freddie and millions of others like him give up when they go out to fight for us. Mary, I don't think we need be afraid to face Freddie and the rest when they come back. If each of us do what we can, as best we can.
I'll never get the chance.
Well, why not? Answer me, why not?
Because the money I spent while I was with Freddie, I told him a crazy story about some insurance my father left me, but it was my mother's, not mine, and I can't go home now. I'm sick and I'm tired and I can't go home. Is this as far as you're going?
I'll be back. Could I have a telegraph blank, please?
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. General George. War Department. Pentagon Building. Washington, D.C. George. Ignore my previous wire. We'll stay on the job. Regards, Jim Dornan. Would you send this off right away? Straight wire.
Yes, sir. That'll be $1 even with the tax.
All right, here we are. Send it right off, will you?
We will.
There we are. That didn't take long.
No.
Now, it's your turn to get out.
Oh.
First, here's something for you.
Money. It's money.
Yes, of course. Now, you go in and buy a ticket. Go home.
Oh, but no.
Why do you think I stopped in front of a railroad station?
No, I couldn't
now,
possibly.
Look. Your mother will welcome you home. That's as certain as that money in your hand.
But why should you give me...
You've got to get home. You've work to do.
But
Look, here's my card, my name and address. If you can, someday send me the money. If you can't, well... Mary, a place like this doesn't have too many trains a day. You'd better hurry.
I
know. Goodbye.
Can I kiss you?
Of course.
Your wife won't mind when she knows why I kissed you.
She won't mind.
Goodbye. And thanks.
Goodbye, Mary. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Mr. Ronald Coleman and his guest, Miss Martha Scott, in Girl on the Road, written and directed by Arch Oboler, with the musical score by Gordon Jenkins. In a few moments, if those unpredictable little gremlins who talk the shortwave lanes are in an amiable mood, Mr. Coleman and Miss Scott will talk to two Canadian boys at an advanced base in Italy. But first, speaking of your automobile, you can't baby your car too much these days. Immediate attention to the little faults will keep your car rolling, add to its life and economy. Items such as having your spark plugs cleaned regularly can do a great deal toward stretching your gasoline ration. It only takes a few minutes for an expert with special equipment to clean your spark plugs. And while he cleans them, he will examine and properly gas them. Ask your local car dealer, your serviceman, or any one of the thousands of Autolite spark plug dealers for plug check inspection service. It can increase your mileage as much as 12%, according to tests conducted by the American Automobile Association. If any of the plugs are found worn or faulty, replace them with new Autolite spark plugs. Autolite spark plugs are ignition engineered. They have proved to be dependable and long-lasting. That's why many builders of cars, trucks, and mighty war vehicles use Autolite spark plugs as original equipment. They know the name Autolite means precision manufacturing. Now, Mr. Coleman again.
We all know what letters from home mean to our boys, and their letters mean as much to us. Here's a portion of one from a soldier to his parents. It's from a prison camp. He writes, "This place is almost like an army camp. Long rows of barracks, even a garden and a library. Only difference is that it's surrounded by a tall barbed wire fence, and wherever you look, you see guards. The food is different, too. But we have someone taking good care of us. Every week, a big Red Cross food package arrives. When the Red Cross says they're at the soldiers' side, they're not kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, we, too, are grateful for the Red Cross."
All right, Mr. Coleman. The circuit is through to Naples, Italy.
Good. Now, Martha, just imagine we're good neighbors, hanging over the fence and chatting with a couple of Canadian boys in the next yard.
Oh, you mean right down the street in Naples?
Right, Napoli. Now, put on these earphones and we're on our way.
Without even dialing a number?
Oh, without even a nickel in the slot. But here we go. This is Ronald Coleman and Martha Scott calling Naples, Italy. Come in, Naples.
We're in, Hollywood.
Hello there, Naples.
Hello, Mr. Coleman. This is Squadron Leader Bert Holt speaking.
Greetings, Bert.
And this is Private Rod McKenzie. Pinch me.
Pinch you? Well, shortwave's wonderful, but it hasn't got around to pinching yet.
Oh, hello, Miss Scott. I just meant I wasn't sure if I was dreaming or not. I'm wide awake, Miss Scott.
Hello, Bert.
And not only that, Roddy has a wife in Charlotte. I haven't. And it's leap year.
Oh, you hear that, Martha? Bert says it's leap year.
Yes, I know. So, I propose...
What's that?
I propose that you tell us how you downed those 11 Nazi planes.
Oh, well, I didn't make love to them, Miss Scott.
No. There's nothing romantic about Nazis, no.
Nothing at all, especially over Anzio. The jury's really got ugly over the beachhead.
Say, did you get any planes over Anzio?
Yes, 4.
Oh, well, that's quite a score, Bert. What kind of plane do you fly?
The best, the Spitfire.
Uh-huh.
You're commanding officer of your squadron, aren't you?
Yes, the City of Windsor Squadron. And incidentally, I'd like to send my thanks to the people of Windsor for sending us those cigarettes. They sent us over 3,000 since Christmas. And my boys say, thanks, Windsor.
Yes, and I'm sure the people of Windsor will answer with, you're very welcome.
Bert, we called your home in Massey, Canada, and have a message for you. Your mother hopes you'll be home for Easter.
So do I. I was just going to send her a message that I'm coming home sometime soon.
Oh, you're coming home. You hear that, Mr. and Mrs. Hoole? Your son's coming home.
It's a furlough, Mr. Coleman. I got a wound in the neck last month. I'm okay, though. I'm just coming home for a rest. But I want to get back in time for that second front. You might say, Mr. Coleman, that Jenny gave me a pain in the neck.
Yeah, I see. Say, Roddy McKenzie, we haven't heard from you.
Oh, Mr. Coleman, you know us infantrymen. We let the fellows of the RCAF soften the place up. Then we follow through and take over.
Yes, I've heard that before, yeah. How are you, Roddy?
Well, they call this lovely Italy, but it just rains and rains and rains.
Oh, yeah. You mean they have a high fog in Italy, too?
Ronnie, tell us how you captured those 2 Germans in Sicily.
I just took them, that's all.
And that's enough.
Ronnie, what do you miss most from home?
My wife. And my kilt.
And your kilt. Your wife and your kilt. Did you say kilt?
Yes. I had to leave my Davidson tartan kilts in England.
Oh, I know what you mean, Mac. I wore kilts in the last war, and a good Scot doesn't like to be without them.
That's a fact, Mr. Coleman. I wish I had mine with me now.
With all the rain you've been having, Roddy?
Oh, sure. I like water on my knees.
Well, we can't quite send a waterproof kilt over on the short wave, but we've something else for a member of the 48th Canadian Highlanders. Roddy, a friend of mine here has something to say to you. Go ahead, Tommy. How was that, Roddy?
Dynamic, Mr. Coleman. Dynamic.
Well, now, time's almost up, but I'd like to know one more thing. How are you boys getting on with the Yanks over there?
Great. After all, it's natural for Canadians to be fighting beside Americans. At home, we live beside them. Yeah, we're Americans, too.
That's right. All right, time's up, fellas.
Have a nice trip home, Bert.
Thanks, and good night.
Good night. Good night. Good luck.
God bless you.
You know, the need of Private Mackenzie for the waterproof kilt brings to mind the story of General Montgomery, who, shortly after he had driven the Germans out of Africa, sent an urgent message home from Italy for some waterproof, or Mackintosh, pants. An eminent bishop who was leaving for Italy to visit the troops took the pants with him, together with the following verses, which were actually written by General Nye and delivered to General Montgomery with the pants. A message to General Montgomery, quote, "We've dispatched pour la guerre a Mackintosh pair of trousers and jacket express. They are coming by air and are sent to you care of the Bishop of Southwark, no less. So wherever you go from Pescara to Po, through mud and morasses and ditches, you undoubtedly ought to be braced by the thought that the church has laid hands on your breeches. We think they'll suffice, as they should, at the price, to cover your flanks in the melee, and avert the malaise, in the Premier's phrase, of a chill in the soft underbelly. And you'll find, so we hope, when you call on the Pope, that his blessing's more readily given on learning the news that your Mackintosh crews were brought down by a bishop from heaven."
Again, next week, Autolite invites you to be present with this new global half hour, Everything for the Boys, uniting the home front with the battle fronts overseas. Your host, Ronald Coleman, will have as his guest Miss Barbara Stanwyck in an original comedy by Arch Oboler titled Ostrich in Bed, dedicated to a pair of our fighting men who will speak directly from an Allied base somewhere in the Pacific.
Our thanks to Martha Scott for being with us tonight. Until next week, when we bring you two fighting men at the Pacific base and our guest, Barbara Stanwyck, this is Ronald Coleman saying good night to you and the boys, and God be with you.
Be with us again next week. Until then, it's good night from Autolite.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours. and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is opening, so do come in. We've got some rather interesting specimens on view here. Some old skeletons and a skull or two, which proved quite fascinating once I'd managed to remove the outer covering. Come to think of it, one of those skulls looks just like yours.
Moved in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
A gray stone building stands at the end of the alleyway. There's a small brass plate on the door. It reads, Metropolitan Police Morgue.
You don't miss much, do you, Tom?
I mustn't miss anything, will you? I'm going to keep my job as a crime reporter. What is it, another hit-and-run case?
That's what they said when they brought him in. Oh, made a proper mess of him. Multiple fractures, Dr. Wilson said.
Anyone interesting? Is it worth a paragraph in my paper?
No. Just another tramp. Never had a bob on him.
That's a pity. Stuck for a story. Accidents on my department.
Yeah, you never know. It might be. Struck from behind he was. Like to have a look?
Yes, Willie, I will. Although I'd been in that large, cold room many times, unlike Willie, I never felt completely at ease. I walked over to what Willie euphemistically described as his cold storage bins and watched him pull out Section 26.
Look at him. Fished out the things he was 2 days ago. Looked terrible when he first came in, but I cleaned him up like. We had lots of conversations without uttering a word. Yeah, I suppose you think I'm mad, too.
No, not you, Willie. Not on your life. How did you get into this job?
Oh, well, it's a long story, Tom. Hey, you see, I was gassed during the 14-18 war. Shortly after I returned, the missus died. We never had any children and no relatives to speak of. It was difficult finding a job. For one thing, I couldn't stand heat of any sort. My lungs would start playing up. Oh, believe me, Tom, I walked hundreds of miles through the streets of London before I found a job that no one else wanted. And a job, so to speak, which didn't require much effort and which most certainly was cool. So here I am.
You are indeed. And I don't know what they'd do without you. Mind you, it isn't the sort of job that anyone can do.
Oh, no, of course it isn't, Tom. You often find some wise character at the pub who says, how can you work there? Well, my argument is, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to look after it.
Yeah, that's a point of view.
You know, young Tom, you know what I'd like to be if I hadn't this job?
No, Willie, what?
I'd like to be a doctor. It must be a fine thing to be a doctor. To save life instead of handling death.
How'd you like to be a crime reporter, Willie?
Eh? Oh, no, thanks. I don't suppose they'd let me try to be a doctor now, not at my age. No, if I can't be a doctor, I'll stick to my own job. It's nice and quiet here. You know, Tom, can't help worrying, thinking about this bloke. Look at the back of his trouser leg. Green paint.
Yeah, so it is.
The car must have hit him there.
Did the police see that when they brought the body in?
Oh, yes.
Then whoever knocked him down must have been driving a car that had been freshly painted.
That's about the size of it, Tom. And what's more, that paint couldn't have been put on the car many minutes.
That's true, Willie, it's true. Are you sure you wouldn't have my desk at the Evening Echo?
No. Yeah, I've already told you I like it here. It's peaceful. No one argues with me. I like it that way. And my charges are always satisfied. I've never had a complaint yet about the accommodation.
Aren't you ever going to retire, Willie?
Yes, 5 months from now. Oh, not that I want to, mind. No, I'll be sorry leaving here. Oh, I'll be well taken care of. I'll put a tidy sum away, you know. Oh, would you like a cup of tea, Tom? I'm about to make myself up.
No, thanks, Willie. I think I'll nip over to the police station. If I don't get a story soon, yours truly will be putting in an application for your job when you retire. Well, he was a character, all right. What a picturesque turn of phrase he had. To save life instead of handling death. I thought about his words as I walked the 200 yards to the West London Police Precinct.
Well. How's London's youngest and brightest crime reporter?
A little sad. Yours truly, you know, if there's no news, it's bad news. Me no write about crime, me no eat. Do you know anything about the stiff who was knocked down tonight by a green-painted car? I've just come from the morgue.
Oh, so you've been talking to friend Willie, have you?
Yes. The incident happened in your manner, Detective Sergeant Wallace. You better prepare to make a statement to the press.
Oh, you must be hard up, Tom. A tramp gets knocked down and already a juicy murder's about to be written up.
Yes, you're right, Ted. I am hard up. I must get a story for that. Yeah.
Oh, just a minute, sure.
He's a reporter still with you, Sergeant. He's one from the telephone.
Yes, he is. It's for you, Tom.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Speak up, caller.
Hello?
Sorry, Tom. It's Willie.
Oh,
you know, the municipal morgue.
Yes.
Tom.
Yes, Willie, what's the matter? You sound as if...
Tom, do me a favor, will you?
What's that?
Something funny's going on. I remembered you saying that you were going to the police station. Call in here on your way, will you?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm on my way now. Anything wrong?
Wrong? Look, I may be old, Tom, but I'm not balmy, see?
You're the most sane man I know. What's the trouble?
It's about one of me charges.
Your what?
One of me customers.
Oh.
I know this sounds as though I'm going round the bend, but a few minutes ago I happened to be...
Yes, Willie? Hello, you still there? Hello? It's funny.
Oh, what's the matter?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. It could have been anything. The telephone line going dead. 70-year-old Willie getting so absent-minded as to forget to finish the telephone conversation. As I say, it could have been anything. But I wasn't prepared for what it really was. I got to the front door, and I knocked. I waited. I knew that Willie kept the gate locked always. Said with that soft, kindly grin of his that he didn't want anyone to come messing around with his charges. No answer. I knocked again. Still no answering call from Willie. No croaking voice cheerfully saying, I'm coming. I tried the handle. And the gate opened. Willie! Willie! My voice echoed through the building. Still no answering shout. As I entered the morgue itself, with its long line of refrigerated cabinets all in a neat row as if awaiting my inspection, I had my first clutch of fear. And then I saw it. The swaying cord of the telephone receiver. Will it fail to replace it? But where was he? And then I had a crazy thought. He's in there. He's in one of those cabinets. Number 23. She's a peaceful-looking old lady. Death hasn't disturbed the serenity of her features. But here's Willie. Number 24. A shrunken face gazed at me without recognition. Why should he recognize me? I've never seen the guy in my life before. Nor in his life either. Or death. I was going nuts. The old boy must have gone out for a packet of fags or something. And then why should he telephone me at the police station? Why the swinging pendulum of the telephone receiver? What the... Who's there? Willie! Willie, stop playing hide and seek! Willie! No answer. The morgue was as silent as the cadavers it accommodated. Silent, did I say? Willie, stop gagging, Willie. My nerves aren't so good. You sent for me. You said you wanted help. Come on, whatever you're hiding. My blood froze. It wasn't Willie laughing. Dear, shrunken, croaking-voiced Willie. That mad laugh came from no human agency. It's a joke, isn't it? Tough young crime reporter Tom Dixon going nuts in the Metropolitan Police morgue. Now it had become an obsession. Willie had to be in the place. Willie was in grave danger. Willie was... Well, where was he? I ran back to the cabinets. Not you, old chap. Sorry to disturb you. It's your Willie. Where are you, Willie? Where are you? I'm being accommodated in refrigerating cabinet number 28. Well, of course, you don't recognize me as you're lying there. How could you? You're dead.
Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Well. What an extraordinary pastime for our crime reporting friend to indulge in. But back to our story. To the police morgue, where Tom Dixon gazes down at his friend, who has changed his status to that of guest.
Poor Willie. Dying in harness, eh? Somebody put you in that bed, someone or something. But the dead can't walk or move or kill. Where are you? Where are you hiding? I'll get you. I know you killed Willie. Why can't I get a dialing tone? Come on. CID, Sergeant Wallace speaking.
Ted, thank you, Mr. Down. I'm speaking from the morgue.
Well, look, Tom, if you're following up the hit-and-run story, you'll get nothing at the morgue. We've taken a sample of the paint from the tramp's trousers.
No,
Could be a stolen car.
You don't understand. It's Willie.
Willie?
Yes.
Oh, you mean old man Dalton?
Yes.
Oh, what about him? He's there, isn't he?
He's here, all right. He's no longer in charge. He's one of the charges.
Yeah, look. Are you drunk?
No.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to tell you. I've just found him. Refrigerator cabinet number 28, reserved for corpses awaiting autopsy or identification. We won't need an autopsy to discover how Willie died. He was murdered. The back of his head's bashed in.
Yeah, what are you saying? You mad? Lying in a...
Yes.
Now, look, Tom, if this is a joke or a newspaper...
Do I sound as if I'm joking? You better go over quickly. I'm not joking, Ted. I'm scared. I'm scared out of my wits. Maybe I've lost them already. My wits, son. But maybe that's what he wants, whoever it is listening to me now. He wants my fear to drive me away from here.
Keep hold of yourself. I'll be right over.
All right. Did you hear that? Whoever or whatever you are, that was my friend, Sergeant Ted Wallace of the CID. In a couple of minutes, he'll be here. Ted and a couple of constables. You can't escape that, can you, huh? No windows. Everything's air-conditioned. There's only one way for you to get out of this morgue, and that's through that door. Now, that should have to pass me, eh? Oh, go on. Why don't you laugh, eh? Go on, laugh. I'm only hiding out one of those cabinets. Laugh, you rotten, filthy murderer. Go on, scare me. Maybe I shouldn't have challenged whoever it was. Scared. Every nerve in my body began to tremble. If I didn't pull myself together, I too would become a candidate for one of those cabinets for corpses. What was the matter with Ted Wallace? Why did he take so long? Then I saw it. In the fifth row of the cabinets was one that I pulled out and not replaced. It had contained the dead body of a man who must have been in his early 40s. Slowly it began to rise until it stood erect. It spoke.
Go, mortal. Go. Leave the death to the dead.
You can't fool me.
Let us rest in peace. The old man was sent to his final rest because it was decreed that he would want to end his mortal day.
Wait a minute.
Who are you? Go, lest we claim you.
Crazy. I'm sure it was. But I became crazy, too. I could take it no more. Who was I to be the avenger of Willie's death? The sentinel guarding the gates of death. I ran. I'm not a coward. I don't care. Let the police do their own death.
Where are you going, Tommy? Here, take it easy, old man.
Thank heavens you're here. I'm sorry, Ted. I can't get hold of myself. Have you brought anyone with you?
Yes, of course. 2 constables.
Keep them here by the gate. There's something or someone in there.
Have you been drinking?
Drinking?
I've come over here because you told me that...
Willie, dear old Willie, is lying in one of those cabinets.
Yeah, that's what you said, cabinet 28. Well, come on, show me.
Tell them that those 2 cops, tell them not to move from the gate.
Yes, all right. Anything for a quiet death. Oh, sorry, Tom. I know that wasn't funny. Yeah. Is he really dead? Willie, I mean. All right. Let's go in.
As we walked towards the cabinets, my feet felt like tons of lead. I could see Ted looking at me out of the corner of his eye, wondering if I'd brought him out on a hoax, or I was drunk, or worse.
Cabinet 28.
Yeah.
You said he was murdered. His head bashed in. What were you running away from?
I knew a ghost and a killer scaring the wits out of me. Well, killer, ghost, you've got company. I've got the law with me. Why don't you laugh now, you rotten swine?
Yeah, listen, Tom. I'm telephoning an ambulance. You're going to hospital.
Well, maybe we'll both go to the hospital before we leave here tonight. Maybe we'd better book our accommodation here. Well, why don't you laugh at that ghost?
Yeah, leave the ghost for a minute. Where's Willie?
You don't understand. Somebody walked out of that cabinet.
Oh, one of the corpses?
Yes. Laugh as much as you like. There he is. 5 months to go before he was to say goodbye to his dead, and now death has claimed him permanently.
Yeah. Stop searching the place with your eyes like that, will you? You'll make me nervous.
I'm making you nervous. You haven't done anything. Wait till our friend starts making with his laugh. All right. You satisfied that Willie's dead, eh?
Yeah, I am.
Just look at that scar. You see?
Yeah.
Do you think a ghost did that?
I think we'd better all go back to the station. I'll keep these 2.
Are you crazy? You can't do that. What about the killer or whatever it is? He's here, hiding somewhere.
Yes, I know.
It was a corpse that stood up. Yes, Ted. You've hit the nail on the head. It was a corpse that wasn't a corpse, no? Someone who was supposed to be dead. Someone who had to get out of here because... Yes, they had to get out of here before they commenced an autopsy on his live body. Yes. Is that right? Is that why you killed Willie? Come on, Ted. What now? The fifth row. Come on, quick. This is it. That's what? No identification tag. This cabinet was supposed to be empty. And yet I saw a corpse stand up and frighten. Quick, back to the other one. Now, look. There's supposed to be a corpse in his cabinet, but not the corpse of Willie Dalton. It says Arthur Hudson awaiting burial. Well, now. Yes, now, just a minute. Let me open this. Yep. And that's poor Willie, huh? Yeah. His shirt's off, one shoe, and that's when I must have interrupted the killer. And I thought it was a ghost. But don't you see, the undertakers would have arrived and poor Willie would have been buried as Arthur Hudson. Yes, and that means the corpse that frightened me out of my wits was Mr. Hudson, who isn't a corpse. Yeah. Now look here, Tom, this sounds crazy. Now look, sir. Even before I started getting scared, I couldn't search the morgue properly because I daren't go too far from the entrance or the exit, if you like. But now that our two friends are at the gate, we're going to search this place until we find friend Hudson. There's nothing here, Tom. He must have changed his hiding place when I ran like a scared rabbit. He must be in... Yes, he must be in one of those refrigerating cabinets. What do you mean, playing at being a corpse for the second time? That's it. We're going to get you. You'll swing for this. Right. Nothing there. That's not the next one. Not there. What about this one? Yeah. Well, I'll be... Quite a bloom on your cheeks for a dead man. Get up, corpse. Get up, Schiller. Have you got him? Yes, here he is. He looks pretty, doesn't he, with his eyes closed? Yeah, careful, Tommy, maybe. Yeah, we'll soon see. All I've got to do is press his nostrils together like this. If he stares, he won't mind. Like that. Stand up, ghost. Poor corpse. It's very cold, isn't it, without your clothes on? I'll bet you 100 to 1 this swine didn't bother about his fingerprints. Willie would be missing, not dead. He was killed 10 minutes before the morgue was due to shut for the night. Stop him! There, Constable. They got him. Well, is your name Arthur Hudson? I'm arresting you for the murder. I'm cold. I'm shivering. Oh, cold, are you? I thought Ghost didn't feel the cold. Please, blanket or something that should rise from the blackest door. Please. I catch my death of cold. Oh, you'll catch his death of cold. Morning, sir. Oh, come in, Tom, come in. Yeah, I read your piece this morning. You said there were questions that need to be answered. You said that there were likely to be sensational developments. That's right. Yeah, well, it's all in a bag. Arthur Hudson, an out-of-work actor, meets Dr. Herbert Williams. Williams had been struck off the medical register after being sentenced for a drug offence. Well, now, he knew about Willie Dalton and the government morgue, since he was at one time connected with the municipal pathological department. That was the time. Yeah, that was the scheme. Hudson pretends to be very sick, see? Gets his landlady to phone Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams injects him with a drug that gives him an appearance of death, signs the death certificate, manages to get him put into the police morgue, and you know what? All for a 50,000 quid life insurance. That's a lot of money. Yeah. If poor Willie hadn't suspected something and hadn't telephoned me, they might have got away with it, too. Yeah, that's it. The idea was for Hudson to put on Dalton's clothes and switch identities until Hudson was safely out of the building. He tried to frighten you. You see, he couldn't leave until you did. He frightened me, all right. If you hadn't arrived in time... Yeah, well, never mind that now. They're both behind bars. Although friend Hudson is suffering from a severe chill. Really? You don't think that you're... Oh, excuse me, yes. Hello? West London CID, Sam Wallace speaking. Who? What? Yes,
Yes, all right. I'll look into it. Yeah, we'll send a man round right away. No, not at all. I've got another story for you, Tom. That's good. What is it? No, that was Morgan and Sons. Also butchers. Their refrigeration room has been burgled. A carcass of beef has been stolen. You interested?
You can go and fry yourself.
What a chilling experience for our young crime reporter. And as for that man Hudson, fancy giving poor old Willie Dalton such a cold reception. Actually, I don't think Mr. Hudson planned things very well, do you? The plan didn't have a ghost of a chance.
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of King Cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
The Whistler. And now the Whistler's strange story. Hired Alibi.
The dry desert heat that enveloped the highway seemed to add to the pressure and anguish tormenting the lone man in the swiftly moving automobile. Paul Burns' hurried trip to Los Angeles had proved useless. There wasn't a chance of escape for him now. And he was forced to drive back and face his wife, Edith, tell her that he had failed. If only there was a way out, someone he could turn to talk it all over and perhaps somehow find a way.
Hey, on the left.
Huh? Oh!
Thanks, friend.
Almost didn't see you.
Out here?
I got things on my mind.
That's possible.
When you're driving with the sun in your face, it's sometimes hard to see anything but the white ribbon in the road.
How far are you going?
Flagstaff. Then 50 miles north.
I'll get out at Flagstaff.
All right. A little warm for this time of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, the weather's warm. As for what happened in the election, I'll agree with you. That's how I pay for my ride.
Talking?
No. It isn't necessary. I just
Go on. Pick a subject. Only keep it down to my level.
Since you seem to limit yourself, perhaps you should decide.
Okay. Women, sports, towns, automobiles.
All right. Automobiles will do.
Yes, Paul. It's good to have someone to talk to. Only your interest is not in the relative performance of various automobiles, but in this young man himself. He's rough and hard, but oddly handsome. And as you drive along, you begin to speculate about him. Wonder vaguely if you haven't seen him somewhere before. And suddenly it comes to you, Paul, and you tense with excitement. If it's true, it can change a lot of things, can't it? Yes, but you've got to be sure.
Something wrong?
No, I just noticed I'm out of cigarettes. Thought I'd pull in at that cafe up ahead.
Oh, sure.
Would you mind running in for me?
Hey, look, you sure you're not just tired of my company, maybe?
Of course not. Here, get a pack for yourself.
Thanks. Thanks, I'll do that.
You wait nervously, Paul, until he disappears into the little roadside cafe. Then immediately you turn around and pick up the newspaper on the back seat. His picture stares up at you from a newspaper dated early in the week.
Norbella. He's Joe Norbella.
Yes, Paul. Your hitchhiking friend is Joe Norbella, a fugitive, wanted by the Los Angeles police for killing a theater manager during a holdup. You hide the paper in the back and force yourself to relax as Joe comes back and climbs into the car.
There you are.
Oh, thanks.
Here's the change. Lights?
Sure. Thanks.
Okay.
What do you do for a living, son?
Odd job. I keep on the move.
You said you were going east. Any particular spot?
No particular spot.
I bet you wouldn't like where I live.
Okay, I'll play. Why?
I'm Paul Burns, general manager of the Silver Canyon Mine.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
No. Just my way of explaining why we're tucked away up in the hills. You wouldn't like that, would you?
Wouldn't I?
You're a young man. You'd probably find it very dull.
Probably.
Well, the population of the town nearby is about 600. Called Silver, but we refer to it as Hermit's Heaven.
That's nice.
We're so far off the main highway, we have hardly any contact with the outside world.
I've heard of worse places.
You, wouldn't be interested in going to work for me. Pays very good.
Yeah?
I'll even throw in living quarters.
You would, huh?
Yeah. You'd be sort of an all-round handyman. Difficult getting young fellas to work in an out-of-the-way place like a silver mine.
Yeah, I guess it is.
I don't blame them. Working up there is next to disappearing. But it's $75 a week to start with.
75, huh?
What do you say? What is your name, by the way?
Joe. Joe Webster.
Well, Joe, how about it?
All right. You got a deal, Mr. Burns. When do I start?
As soon as we get there. And, Joe.
Yeah?
I think this is going to work out fine for both of us. Just fine.
It was a strange meeting, wasn't it, Paul? Two men brought together on a lonely Arizona highway. You and Joe Norbella. Joe, a fugitive who tells you that his name is Joe Webster, and that he'll be happy to take a job at the mine you operate. It all fits together, doesn't it, Paul? Making a pattern of escape for you. A simple but clever one. And all you have to do is be careful. Not let Joe become suspicious. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning when you turn off the highway. Wave to the guard as you drive through the gates of the mine property and up to the house. Joe seems more relaxed now, doesn't he? But you know that you must be patient, go easy. And you try to be casual as you lead him into the house and back through the hall to the guest room.
I hope you'll find this comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, looks fine.
We'll talk about your job in the morning. It's late, and I don't want to wake the family.
Sure.
Well, good night, Joe. Just make yourself at home. Edith, wake up.
What? Oh, you're back, Paul.
Yes.
Did you get the money?
No, John didn't have it.
Fine, brother.
He didn't have it, that's all. Don't worry.
Don't worry. How can I help it? Went through the books again tonight. There isn't any way to cover the shortage. You've used $14,000 of the company's money.
Maybe so, Edith, but we're not beaten yet. Is Ruthie home?
Yeah, she's asleep. Nothing on her mind.
And she's not going to have either. I won't have her involved in this. Let me handle it my way.
Like the way you handled the $14,000 making those surefire investments?
Well, you thought it was a great idea while I was doing it. Go wake Ruth and tell her to come in. There's something I want to discuss with both of you. Something important.
All right, Paul. I hope you know what you're doing.
Oh, Dad, what's on your mind?
I'm sorry to wake you, Ruth.
Oh, it's all right. Something happened?
No, honey. You have a nice time while I was gone?
Oh, nothing unusual. Went bowling with Eddie, saw a couple of movies. Same old thing, you know.
Paul, what did you want to tell us?
Oh, yes. Well, I wanted you to know tonight so there wouldn't be a lot of questions in front of Joe when you meet him in the morning.
Joe? Who's Joe?
Joe Webster. A very nice young man. He's going to work for me in the office.
Oh, I see.
He's going to live with us here in the house. In fact, he's up in the guest room right now.
Paul, here in the house, why would you have
It's very simple, Edith. I need help in the office. You know how difficult it is to get a good man to come all the way out here.
Yes, but don't you think...
All I ask of you is to make him feel at home. Be nice to him. And don't ask too many questions.
Questions? What do you mean?
It's just that, well, there's been a little unhappiness in Joe's life. I'm sure he'd rather forget about it.
Oh, okay, Dad. Whatever you say, if he's that important to you.
He is, Ruth. Very important.
For the first time in months, you sleep peacefully that night, knowing that everything is going to turn out all right after all. And the next morning at breakfast, you're completely satisfied with the warm, friendly welcome Edith and Ruth give Joe. That's important, isn't it, Paul? Yes. Joe Webster must be happy here. He mustn't become restless and want to leave. Not until you're ready to put your plan into operation. And then after breakfast, you lead Joe down the path to the office.
You think you're going to like it here, Joe?
Yeah, I like it. So far, no complaints. Maybe I'm wrong, but I sort of get the idea I'm supposed to go on living with you at the house. Is that right?
Of course. I want you to feel right at home, Joe.
Oh, it won't be hard. You got a nice family. Only one thing bothers me.
What's that?
You.
What?
Now, look, you don't know me. You pick me up off the highway, you give me a job. Next thing, I move right in like I'm one of the family. Why?
Well,
Now, don't tell me that you've always wanted a son. I couldn't take that.
No, I'm not going to tell you. It's just that it's hard to get a young man to stay in an out-of-the-way place like this.
Yeah, but why put me up in your own home?
Just one more inducement. hard to find good boarding places around here. Besides, it's convenient for me. I won't have to go looking for you if I want you after hours. Here we are. What have you got to lose by staying here, Joe?
Nothing, I guess. Nothing at all.
That desk over there will be yours, Joe.
You want me to sit behind a desk?
What's wrong with that?
Look, put me on an engine. Give me a pick and shovel.
But, Joe, I need you here in the office. The work isn't hard. Typing records, time cards, payrolls.
I'm a little better with a bulldozer than a Remington.
You'll learn. Anybody can do this work. It won't be too difficult, believe me.
I still don't get it.
Don't back down on me now. I need you here in the office. To be perfectly frank, I've been counting on it.
You have? Well, that's the way you want it, okay, but you may be sorry.
I don't think so, Joe. I don't think so at all.
And so another step in your plan has been successfully completed, hasn't it, Paul? Joe Webster has been installed in the company office. And now it's only a matter of time, a matter of waiting, a month or so, until you're ready to make the final move. But as the days go by, you notice with dismay that Joe is becoming restless, impatient with his new job. And you wonder perhaps if you're not going to be forced to bring things to a head quicker than you'd anticipated. You go out of your way to make everything pleasant as possible for him, urging Ruth and Edith on, insisting that they keep him entertained. And then one afternoon at the end of the second week, as you return from an inspection tour of the mine, you step into the office.
Joe! Joe!
Panic suddenly sweeps over you. As you hurry across the office to the storeroom, you're certain now that the one thing you feared most has happened.
Joe! Joe!
Nine Gate, Frank Nelson speaking.
Johnny, have you seen Joe Webster?
Webster? Yeah, Mr. Burns. He came through here a couple hours ago. One of the boys gave him a ride into town.
Into town? Well, what for, do you know?
Well, it beats me, Mr. Burns. Oh, he did ask me about the bus schedule. The Flagstaff. Maybe...
The bus? I see. All right, thanks.
Slowly you cross the room and slump down into your chair behind the desk. He's gone. Joe Webster is gone and he won't be back. You're certain of that, aren't you, Paul? He's walked out on you, and your plan has collapsed. You stare at the date on your calendar, a date circled in red, little less than a month away. Only a miracle can save you now. You lean back in your chair and stare out the window. Watch the distant hills turn from gold to purple, and then fade from sight as darkness sweeps in over the desert. Then, wearily, you walk back up the path to the house.
Dad, I was just going to call you. Dinner will be ready in a... Oh, where's Joe?
He's gone, Ruthie.
Gone?
This afternoon.
Oh, but why did he say...
He left without a word.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's that. Dinner will be ready in a few minutes.
All right, Ruthie. All right.
Paul.
Hmm?
Why don't you eat your dinner?
I'm not hungry.
Nonsense. Now, you eat your dinner. Joe walked out on you, he's walked out, that's all. Brooding about it won't bring him back.
It's not that. I'm just not hungry.
Oh. Dad?
Yes.
Did Joe mean so much to you that leaving upset you so that you can't even eat?
Oh, no, of course not. I'm just tired, that's all.
Really? Dad,
Oh, what was that?
The front door. Somebody just...
Joe!
Sorry to be late.
Joe, I thought you'd left it.
Well, things were kind of quiet around the office this afternoon. I didn't think you'd mind if I went into town. Had to buy a couple of things.
Oh? Oh, of course.
Yeah, I figured as long as I was going to be a white-collar worker, I ought to look the part.
Joe, you haven't had your dinner?
No, I haven't. I expected to get back earlier, but I had a little trouble picking up a ride.
Well, sit down, Joe. I'll get you a place.
So you thought I'd walked out, huh?
Yes. The guard at the main gate told me you'd asked about the bus schedules, and I thought you'd walked out on me.
You want to know something?
Huh?
I was walking out on you, but I changed my mind before I got to the bus depot. I figured it'd be a lot smarter move for me if I stayed.
Good. I'm glad you changed your mind. You have no idea how glad I really am, Joe.
You're certain you know why Joe Webster changed his mind, aren't you, Paul? Because he realized he'd be better off here, hiding out at the Silver Canyon mines, rather than risk capture on the open highway traveling from town to town. Yes, you're greatly relieved now that he's back, but you're not going to take any more chances. You're going to move swiftly before Joe has the opportunity to change his mind again. That night after dinner, as the four of you are drinking your coffee, you decide to waste no time in setting up your next move. But that means working with Edith alone, and somehow you've got to get rid of Joe and your daughter Ruth for a few hours.
Look, why don't you youngsters drive into town? See a show or something, huh?
I'd love to, but, well, maybe Joe doesn't feel
No,
like it.
it sounds okay to me. I could stand a movie.
Oh, swell.
You might show Joe around town, Ruthie. It's not much of a place, Joe, but, well...
Not the place. It's who you're with. Ready, Ruth?
I'll get my coat. Why don't you bring the car around?
Be careful driving, Joe. Ruth is my pride and joy. She's all we have.
Okay.
Have a nice time.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
What are you up to, Paul?
As soon as they've gone, I'll run down to the office and get the books, Edith. We've a lot of work to do.
Wish I knew what you had on your mind.
You will, my dear.
But the auditors will be here in a month. Less than that. I've tried not to worry.
Listen to me, Edith. It's all going to work out. We'll be in the clear. All we have to do is fix the books.
But how?
We'll arrange the books so that the money that's missing will be listed as cash on hand.
Oh, what good will that do? When the auditors go to the safe, they won't find the money. Then what?
Don't worry. I'll be able to account for it. Every penny of it.
2 days later, you decide the moment has arrived at last. You can't delay another minute. Yes, everything is quite in order now, isn't it, Paul? Throughout the day, you fight to remain calm, unconcerned. And that evening, as you retire to your room upstairs, you don't sleep. You listen to the clock tick away the minutes. Your eyes are wide open. The hours drag on. And then shortly before 2 a.m, you slip out of bed and dress quickly. Moments later, you hurry to Joe's room.
Joe. Joe!
Huh? What do you want?
Joe, keep your voice down. Listen to me.
What's the matter?
The sheriff was here looking for you.
Sheriff? What did he say?
Nothing much, except that your name wasn't really Joe Webster.
Yeah, well, look, I want...
No, I don't want to know any more about it. I don't care what you've done, Joe. Right now, you've got to get out of here.
Yeah, sure.
I told the sheriff you were probably hanging around town. You have to hurry because he'll probably be coming back.
I don't figure you at all.
Don't try to. Here, the key to my car. You can park it at the water stop north of town. There'll be plenty of freight trains.
Thanks.
And take this, Joe. $200. You'll need every cent of it.
I don't know why you're doing this, but thanks anyway.
Just call it a bonus, Joe. I'll go back to the office now in case the sheriff comes back.
No, wait a minute. How am I going to get past that guard at the gate in your car? He might have been tipped off.
Don't worry, son. I'll take care of it. You'll get through. Now, hurry.
You leave him to finish dressing, slip out of the house, and hurry to the office. He fell for your act without any hesitation, didn't he, Paul? Exactly as you'd planned. And once he's out of the gate and on his way, your worries will be over. As you wait in the darkened office, You begin to wonder why Joe is taking so long. And then finally you hear the car start up behind the house. A minute or so later, it races past the office. You wait another half minute and then pick up the phone and call the guard at the gate.
Main gate, Carter speaking. Hello? Main gate. Hello?
Quickly, you move across the office to the window. Hold your breath as you peer out into the darkness. Then you see them, the headlights on the highway. Your timing was perfect, wasn't it, Paul? Drawing the guard away from the gate to answer the phone made it possible for Joe to speed through without being stopped or questioned. Now there's only one thing left to do. You step to the telephone.
Sheriff's Office, McHale speaking.
Sheriff, this is Paul Burns at the Silver Canyon Mine.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Mr. Burns?
There's been a robbery here. The safe's been cleaned out. Over $14,000.
What?
My car is gone, too. I guess that's what woke me up. I heard it start up.
Well, any idea who?
Yes. I'm afraid it's a young man I had working here in the office. Joe Webster. He's gone.
All right, Mr. Burns. Let me have the license number of your car. And don't worry. He won't get far.
Yes, Paul. You're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you? As you sit in the mine office waiting for the news of Joe Webster's capture. News that will spell out your final victory. Then you can wake Edith. Tell her the shortage in the books has been covered, and you're certain she won't blame you. For Joe Webster, alias Joe Norbella, is wanted for murder anyway. And one more crime won't make much difference. It's true they'll never find the missing money. But as far as the company is concerned, it'll be accounted for. Then, shortly before dawn, a car grinds to a stop in front of the office. And a moment later, the sheriff enters.
Morning, Mr. Burns.
Morning. Did you get him, Sheriff?
Yep. Picked him up about an hour after you called.
You have no idea what a shock this is to me. I never dreamed he'd do such a thing.
Well, this may be another shock.
Huh?
He only had a couple of $100 on him.
A couple of $100, but there's more than 14,000.
Maybe he hid the rest somewhere. Don't worry, if he did, we'll find it.
I hope so.
Might interest you to know Joe Webster's wanted by the L.A. police on a murder charge.
Murder?
Mm-hmm. His real name's Norbella. Pretty smart operator, so they tell me. Yeah. He was a fool to try this, even with an accomplice.
Accomplice?
Yeah, we had to book both of them.
But Joe didn't have any...
Norbella claims he was framed. Says you gave him the $200.
He's lying.
Well, that's what I figured. Too bad, too, because if Norbella was framed, we might save his accomplice.
Why? If they were together, they were guilty.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Too bad, though.
What do you mean?
Well, this is going to shock you, Mr. Burns. The accomplice I spoke of is your own daughter, Ruth. Says they were running away to be married.
Ruth? Married?
That's right. I know she's everything in the world to you.
Oh, no, Sheriff. Not Ruthie. She's innocent. I framed Joe Norbella. I gave him the $200. Sit down. I'll tell you the whole story.
The Whistler has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the signal oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies independently operated signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Stormy Weather.
As Kitty Gabron stood at the window of her husband's office, 19 floors above the street, she could have seen the black edge of cloud on the horizon. But Kitty wasn't looking for a storm. No, for at this moment she was as happy as she could ever be. Forgotten were the one-night stands, the dirty dressing rooms, the cheap hotels and long hours of rehearsal. All that remained of those 7 years she spent as an actress, with a grace, the poise that she'd learned so well, the ways of talking, looking, and walking that had first attracted Dr. Rims Gabron. Yes, something good had come out of those bitter years, a home, security, and love. But at this moment, Kitty had no way of knowing that all this, everything she'd worked for, would soon be threatened. Now, as the first distant rumble of thunder drifted in through the open window, Kitty's laughter covered up the sound.
Rim, darling, please.
What's this? Resist me, will you? Now, see here, young lady, you're the only wife I've ever had, and only 3 months of that. And you'll have to expect to be kissed every time you come into my office.
What will Miss Anderson say if she happens to open the door?
What every good nurse should say when she catches the doctor kissing his wife. Nothing.
You told me yourself doctors have to be respectable to stay in business.
Come here.
Oh, Rim. Rim, darling, I do love you so very much.
I don't think I ever really lived until I found you, Kitty.
Such a charming liar. You never needed me at all, really. You've always had your work.
Work? My patients have been in jeopardy ever since I first met you. Why,
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Mr. Gunther, please.
Oh, fine. In a minute, Miss Anderson.
No. Doctor will see Mr. Gunther right now.
All right. That's what I get for having an office in the Star Times building. Right across from the city editor, and he always has a headache.
And you're the best brain surgeon in the world. You take good care of Mr. Gunther. Bye, darling.
Bye.
Hiya, Doc. Say, I got that headache again, and... Oh, excuse me, Hello, Mrs. Gabron. Didn't know you were here.
I was just leaving, Mr. Gunther.
Well, don't rush off on my account.
Hello, Gunther.
What are you doing here, Niles?
Your secretary said you stepped across the hall, so I trailed over. Why don't you introduce me, Gunther? You used to introduce me to all your friends.
This is Niles Keating, Dr. and Mrs. Gabron.
How do you do? I am particularly interested in meeting Mrs. Gabron.
What? Now, see here, Niles, this is downright impolite.
Sure, but then I never made much copy as a gentleman.
Dr. and Mrs. Gabron, I must apologize. Niles is a former business acquaintance of mine, and
And now he's a rum hound who can't get a job on any paper in the country. I beg your pardon, Doctor. Mrs. Gabron, I was rude. Now that everyone's unbearably uncomfortable, I'll leave. I'll wait in your office, Constance.
Don't bother.
Suit yourself.
I'm terribly sorry. Mrs. Gabron, I had no idea.
That's quite all right.
Forget it, Gunther.
I think I'll run along, Rims. I'll see you at dinner.
All right, darling.
Bye, Mrs. Gabron.
Kitty.
Yes?
Be careful driving home. Looks like we're in for a bit of stormy weather.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Suddenly, there's a cloud over the sun, and the sky grows dark and ugly. But it isn't the storm that worries you, is it, Kitty? It's the tall, unshaven man named Niles Keating. there's something familiar about him. A grim, frightening shadow who somehow seems to belong to your past. As you step out of the elevator and hurry out into the street, a gust of cold wind envelops you. You shudder. And then as you cross to the parking lot, you feel Niles Keating lounging against the side of the building, watching you with that same odd, cold look.
You're gonna need an umbrella.
I have my car.
A green one?
Yes.
I had one like that once. Now I walk.
Can I drop you off anywhere, Mr. Keating?
I remember when you didn't have a car.
Oh? We've met before?
Not exactly. We, had a mutual friend. A guy you knew before you met the doc. Your name was Kitty James then, wasn't it?
Before I was married, yes.
Before you had a nice, shiny new car like this one. Yeah. It's real classy. Smooth lines. It's, just the kind of a car for a doll like you, Kitty.
You've been drinking, Mr. Keating.
Sure. I've been doing it for 5 years.
What do you want of me?
Maybe we could do a little talking?
About what?
Well, I could give you a thumbnail sketch of myself as a starter. Niles Keating. Used to be a pretty big name in the business. Good job, nice apartment, nice friends. Know where I live now?
No, but I'm
Room over a garage. I dug up the wrong story one day, 5 years ago. Reporter shouldn't do that. Wash me up fast. You know what I've been doing since?
Really, Mr. Keating?
Working. Covering all kinds of stories. None of them ever written up, mind you, but I've been on the job every day. Every day looking for one story to put me back in the business.
I'm sure you'll find it.
I have, Kitty. I have found it.
That's fine, but I'm not interested.
It's about one of those successful people who used to come around to see me. A guy named Tim Brady.
Tim Brady?
Remember him?
No.
Oh, cut it out, sweetheart. Cut it out. Come on, let's ease into your little green wagon and go for a ride. Maybe you'll buy me a drink, huh? You pick a place. Okay, I'll pick.
As you drive through the downpour with Niles Keating by your side, the fear within you grows steadily, like the fury of the storm outside. And the nightmare, the horror of that evening weeks ago, returns to you now. The night when Tim Brady died. Your car moves slowly along the rain-swept streets. And occasionally you glance at the figure of the man in the trench coat, slumped down on the seat beside you. There's a bare trace of a smile on his lips as he stares into the storm. And you wonder how much he knows, what he'll say. You're afraid he knows all about you, yet you wait in silence. Wait for him to make the first move. There's still a chance he's guessing, isn't there, Kitty? The minutes drag on. You sit behind the wheel, tense, waiting. And then as you leave the downtown traffic behind you...
Relax, baby. You're holding onto that wheel like you were afraid it's going to get away from you. Relax. Here, have a cigarette.
Thank you, no.
Okay. Now, about that drink, I know a nice, cute little
I've been waiting
spot.
for you to talk, Mr. Keating. What's on your mind?
Tim Brady, a racketeer, but a pretty good guy in some ways. Too bad he got himself killed one night in his apartment.
I read all about it in the papers. Gang killing, wasn't it?
Well, the police figured a guy named Dutch Jensen had done it. He was seen in the neighborhood that night. He and Brady weren't very close pals. Dutch got his a week later, trying to get away from the cops. He died before they could get anything out of him about the Brady shooting.
The police were convinced he'd done it.
Sure. So, after Brady's funeral, a kid sister of his back in Duluth asked me to go over to Tim's apartment and close it up. Send her Tim's stuff. So I did. I happened to find something in the apartment.
Oh?
You see, the apartment manager described a woman who'd been to see Tim the night he was killed. Her description fits yours to a T. Sure, the cops were certain Dutch was the killer, but the newspapers saw another angle. They figured this woman might have been a very close friend of Tim's. Maybe she...
Yes, I read about that, too.
The papers called her the Mystery Woman. It's corny, but good copy. Never did locate her, though. It would make a great story if somebody could tell them who she was. You, look cold. The storm bother you?
What do you know about the Mystery Woman?
I can tell them exactly who she is.
Who?
You?
That's stupid.
Is it?
Who would believe you? You said yourself you can't get a job on any newspaper because...
That was then. This is now.
You have proof, I suppose?
Yeah. A woman's glove. I found it stuffed down between the sofa cushions. Took me quite a while to trace that glove, Kitty. Department stores, cleaning establishments, just like in the movies.
That, I suppose, proves I was there that night.
Well, I wasn't sure you were. Not until a few minutes ago. But I am now, Kitty. Look, pull over the curb and let me off. I can use a drink even if you can't.
Listen to me. I hadn't seen Tim Brady in over 3 years. I only went there that night because I wanted to get some letters I'd written him before I met Rim. Foolish, girlish letters. There was no trouble. He gave them to me.
Sure. Pull over, huh?
I tell you it's the truth.
I don't care why you wanted to see him. The point is you were there.
Well, what do you expect to get out of this?
A headline that's going to read, Mystery Woman Found, Doctor's Wife Implicated in Brady Case.
Mr. Keating, perhaps we can make some arrangement.
Save it. I'm not a blackmailer, Kitty. I'm a newspaper man, and this story will put me back in the league. I've already left a message with Gunther's secretary telling him I have all the proof he needs. In another hour, I'll tell him who the mystery woman is.
Please listen to me.
You're wasting your time, sweetheart. Dig up some old files on me. You'll find I'm just as bad as you think I am.
With the prologue of Stormy Weather, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. One evening recently, while doubling in the role of babysitter, I was telling our neighbor's little son about Santa Claus, how Santa comes all the way down from the North Pole, non-stop. Gosh, Marvin, the little fellow exclaimed, Santa Claus must use that famous Go Farther gasoline you talk about on the radio. Well, reluctantly, I had to admit that Santa uses a sleigh powered by reindeer. But if Santa did use gasoline, you can bet that he'd be interested in Signal's good mileage. And since Santa knows quality, he'd certainly appreciate Signal's quick cold weather starting, Signal's lively pickup, Signal's smoothest skating power. That's why you can put Marvin Miller on record as saying, if Santa ever trades Prancer and Dancer and Dunder and Blitzen for a car, I predict Mr. Claus will power it with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
So the one-time cracked newspaper man, Niles Keating, has stepped into your life, Kitty. And suddenly, everything that was so sure, so certain, has vanished. He knows that you're the much sought-after mystery woman in the Brady killing. And soon the whole story will appear on the front pages of every newspaper in the country. As you watch him walk away from your car, half stumble along the rain-swept street, You know this means the end of everything you've wanted and worked for. But there's still a chance you can make him stop the story. Plead with him. And then as you open your car door, you hear the screech of brakes.
Look out!
And look up in time to see his car bear down on him.
I stole it all. That guy wasn't watching where he was going.
Crossing against the light. Who is he?
I don't know. I think I've seen him get out of that green car over there.
Anybody call an ambulance?
Stand away, everybody.
Huh?
Let me look. Mister.
Hey, this guy's hurt bad. Real bad.
Yeah, he sure is.
Look at him. He stepped right in front of my car, I tell you.
We've seen it, Mac.
Is he a friend of yours, lady?
No. I never saw him before in my life.
You step back into the crowd. Wait with him until the ambulance arrives. Watch as a white-coated young intern examines Keating's head injuries and then carefully assists in loading him into the ambulance. As they drive off with him, Kitty, you suddenly find yourself admitting that you're glad it happened.
Oh, Miss Gabron. Thought you'd never get home. Goodness, I hope you didn't get soaked.
I'm sorry I'm late, Hilda. I was delayed.
I was just getting ready to leave you a note, ma'am.
You may go now if you wish.
Oh, thank you, Miss Gabron. Dinner's all cooked. All you have to do is warm up. Miss Gabron, you feel all right?
Yes, of course.
You look so pale.
I'm just tired, Hilda.
Oh, can I fix you something before I go? A cup of hot tea?
No, thanks.
Sure?
I'll be fine. I'll rest until the doctor comes home. You run along now.
Mm-hmm. All right, then. See you in the morning, Miss Gabron.
Goodbye, Hilda.
Bye.
Yes?
Hello? Is this Dr. Gabron's residence?
Yes, this is Mrs. Gabron speaking.
Oh, Mrs. Gabron, I didn't recognize your voice. This is Miss Anderson at the doctor's office.
Yes?
Could I speak to the doctor, please?
Why, I thought he was at the office.
He left more than 2 hours ago. Said he was going to make a hospital call and then go right home early.
Well, I can have him call you.
It's very urgent. I tried to locate Lucas and Desmond, but they're both out of town. The hospital's been calling every 5 minutes.
What is it, Miss Anderson?
An accident case at City Hospital. I'm afraid Dr. Gabron is the only man equipped to operate.
I'll tell Rims as soon as he gets in.
You better have him call the hospital direct.
All right. And whom shall he ask for?
Surgery. The patient is Mr. Niles Keating.
Keating?
Yes, Mr. Gunther's friend. He was hurt this afternoon.
Oh.
Oh, I forgot you met him.
And Rims? Dr. Gabron is the only one who can operate?
Yes, if Dr. Gabron gets to him in time. He has a chance.
It's almost more than you can bear, isn't it, Kitty? Too much for one day that began so perfectly, only to turn into a wild nightmare of confusion. Your mind spins. The room seems to go in and out of focus until everything goes black before your eyes.
Kitty, what happened? What happened, Kitty? What's the matter, Doc?
Rim. Oh, Rim, it is you.
Yes, darling. What happened?
I guess I fainted. Rim. Hold me, darling. Hold me tight.
Of course.
Never let me go, never.
Of course not.
Oh, Rim.
Oh, poor darling. I don't look after you the way I should.
Just hold me. I'm so frightened.
Now, there's nothing to be frightened about, and there's no reason you should be trembling.
I'm such a fool. It was so silly of me to faint. I came home and had a slight headache.
I'll take care of that in a minute, darling. I'm always so busy taking care of other people, I forgot the most important one. From now on, darling, I'm spending a lot more time with you. Here you are, Kitty.
Rims, what?
No, you just take this, and that'll calm you.
But
Go on, doctor's orders.
Oh,
All right.
Here, I'll take the glass. You just sit back and relax.
Oh, Rick, I love you so much.
I love you too, Kitty. I'm here, darling. You feeling better?
All right. I must have fallen asleep.
That was a sedative I gave you. You dropped right off.
Rims.
Kitty, what's the matter?
How long have I been asleep?
About 2 hours.
2 hours?
No, no, sit back.
Rims, wait. I've got...
Don't say anything now, honey. Just relax. Like the fire?
Oh, yes, it's nice, but
And it's going out on us if I don't get some more wood. I'll have to go back to the shed. Be right back.
Rims, wait.
Seems we have a caller.
I'll answer it.
No, don't trouble, Kitty. I don't want you to...
No, I feel fine, Rims, really. You get the wood. I'll answer the door.
Well, all right.
You wait, Kitty, making sure that your husband is outside the house before you go to the door. But as you open it, the dark, heavy figure in the shiny raincoat glances at you accusingly. It's Gunther, the city editor, and you wonder how much he knows.
Hello, Mrs. Gabron.
Hello. Sorry I didn't answer right away. I was sleeping.
Oh, this has been quite a night for me. Been running all over town looking for your husband. I phoned here several times, but I kept getting a busy signal.
Oh?
Is he here?
No.
Well, guess my trip was for nothing then.
Is there anything I can do for you?
It's about Keating. Hospital phoned you, I guess. They tell me Dr. Gabron's the only one that can do the job.
Yes, that's what Miss Anderson said.
You have any idea where he could be?
No.
Seems funny, darn funny.
You're very concerned for Mr. Keating?
Well, he worked for me once. We never got along, but he's a good newspaper man.
That's what he said.
When?
Oh, I mean, that's what I gathered.
Well, Keating came to me a couple of days ago about a story. Said he found the mystery woman, the Brady case, you know. I told him I'd have to have proof, and he said he'd get it. Apparently he did. Then this accident happens.
And you haven't got your story?
None of it. Well, if the doctor comes in, you'll let him know what's what.
Naturally.
Keating will die if he isn't operated on soon, Mrs. Gabron. Well, goodbye.
Yes, Kitty. Niles Keating will die if he isn't operated on soon. And if he is operated on, he'll tell the story that will identify you as the mystery woman in the Brady case. You stand by the door for a long moment after Gunther drives off in the rain. And then, when you turn around, you're looking into the quiet, questioning eyes of your husband. You can tell him the truth now, Kitty, or you can let Niles Keating die, and your secret will die with him.
Who was that at the door, Kitty?
It was just a man. He had the wrong address.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a reminder about a faithful friend who I'll bet you've left off your Christmas list, your car. Christmas, you know, is really a swell excuse to give the faithful chariot some of those things it's been needing. Things that pay you back later in extra driving pleasure. What's more, your signal dealer has just what Santa ordered. For instance, rugged new tires by Lee of Conshohocken to replace your smooth, dangerous old tires. Powerful new Signal Deluxe batteries guaranteed for a full 30 months on a service basis. Or how about a set of new Champion spark plugs for quicker cold weather starting and more pep? These are just a few of the useful, practical items for your car that you'll find at your Signal dealers. You see, Signal service stations are much more than just headquarters for the famous Go Farther gasoline. In addition, each Signal dealer carries a complete line of fine quality automotive accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
in the city. And with the coming of the dawn, calm and clear, you sit alone quietly. You keep telling yourself that you've made the right decision. The hours drag on and you wait. Then a door opens quietly. Footsteps move past, white-clad figures. And suddenly Rims is standing by your side.
Come on in, Kitty. He's out of it now.
He's all right?
Yes. Yes, he's fine.
Oh, Rims.
Steady, darling.
Hello, Mrs. Gabron. They tell me your husband did quite a job on me.
He saved your life.
I suppose I should say thanks.
I was glad to be of service, Keating. It's my job.
Yeah, sure. We've all got our jobs to do.
You can thank my wife, too. She told me about you. She drove me here in time to operate.
I'm still a reporter, Doc. My job is to get news, not censor it.
On the way over here, she also told me all about the Brady affair. The story you're going to print. Does that surprise you, Keating?
Let's say I didn't expect you to do it, Doc.
I've always told Rims everything. Sorry I didn't tell him about Brady long ago.
You were innocent? Why didn't you?
Because I was afraid he might not believe me. I'm sure your readers wouldn't.
Uh-huh.
Tim had just given me the letters when the doorbell rang. He told me to wait in the kitchen while he answered it. And then there was a shot. I got panicky and ran out the back way. And the next morning I read that Tim was dead.
Naturally, you'd say something like that.
I believe what she says, Keating. You see, I know Kitty. And I've read the letters. Hello, Doc. Say, I heard Keating's came around. Yes, Gunther, but he can't be disturbed until tomorrow. Yeah, I know, but I got to get a story. Only take a minute. Now, wait a minute. You can't see him. Come on, Niles. The mystery woman. Who is she?
You know, Gunther, the Doc and I were just discussing that.
What?
Funny thing. When that car hit me, I got an awful wallop. I can't seem to remember a thing, Gunther. Amnesia, I guess. Too bad, huh?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that those Salvation Army kettles you'll be passing between now and Christmas will provide Yuletide cheer for over 1 million needy men, women, and children. Even a few pennies that you'll never miss will help to make this Christmas merrier for someone less fortunate. Featured in tonight's story were Lorette Phil Brandt, William Conrad, and David Ellis. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by E. Jack Newman and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Venice Chapel. Quiet Please for tonight is called Let the Lillies Consider.
Yes, I quite understand. I quite understand. Well, your stenographer is taking down everything I say. You are witnesses. When the stenographer transcribes, there's no time to sign them, and that is my confession. Is that right? And whatever I say may be used against me. Is that right? Oh, I'll sign them all right. Where do you want me to start? At the beginning, I suppose. All right. For your record, my name is James R. James. Roderick. 41, third-generation American college graduate. UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. No occupation. No, not unemployed. No occupation. Well, I have a small but adequate income. You have my address. I was married in... Gretchen McMonish. Yes, Gretchen is the diminutive of Margaret. Margaret McMonish. And often.
Where's your wife now, James?
Please don't try to trap me, Lieutenant. I've told you at least 20 times where she is.
Tell me again.
Right there. There.
Look, James, we dug that place up twice now. Your wife isn't there. Where is she?
I've told you.
What did you do with her?
I didn't do anything with her, Lieutenant. I told you that.
All right. Go on.
I met her at school in 1930.
Did you bury her in the flower bed there?
May I go on?
Answer my question. Did you bury her?
No, I did not.
Then why do you keep saying she's there?
Because you killed her. No.
Well, she's dead. What killed her?
I told you she isn't dead.
You can't prove it, James.
I can prove it, Lieutenant, but you won't believe it.
Why don't you prove it then?
Shall I go on with my statement?
Did you plant that lily there to mark her grave, James?
I didn't plant that lily.
How come it grows there? How come it's so much bigger than the others? Answer me.
There were other lilies there alongside it. Before you and your men dug them up?
James, I think I know why that lily is bigger than the others.
You do?
Yes, and so do you.
You're wrong, Lieutenant.
You know why we left that lily standing, James, when we dug up the others?
Yes.
Because we know what's under it there. Because we figured the lily would remind you, would keep you thinking about your wife buried there. Because we hoped it might lead you to a confession.
It won't, Lieutenant.
You know, I have an idea that lily there is going to hang you, James.
No, it isn't. That lily loves me. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these.
What are you talking about?
We consider the lilies, and some of us love them. Do you suppose the lilies consider us and sometimes return our love?
I don't think you'll get by with an insanity plea, James.
I don't know very much about flowers. I don't know anything about them from the standpoint of books. I'm not interested in stamens and pistils and the anatomy of flowers. Well, I'm interested in their souls. In their souls. I believe flowers love and hate just as people do.
Shall we get along with your statement?
Yes. They love us and hate us in the proportions of the love or the hate we have for them. I said I've always loved flowers. My wife, Gretchen, she hated them. And they love me. Gretchen?
You know, James, I declare I think flowers don't like me at all. I can't do a thing with them.
You'll learn. I'll show you how to handle them.
I don't think I want to handle them. James, must we have so many flowers?
Why? I like them, dear.
But so many of them.
Well, I haven't anything else to do but raise flowers.
I know. That's what so bothers me. I don't like to see you wasting all your time pottering around flower beds every single hour. Goodness, I think it's just kind of wicked, James, when there's so many other things you could be doing.
Aren't you happy?
Of course I'm happy, but I could be happier if I didn't have to compete with a lot of silly flowers.
Well, I don't think they're silly.
Besides, there's so many lilies.
Well, they're so beautiful.
They're so depressing.
I love them.
That's what bothers me, James.
Why?
Well, I'm jealous of them, James.
Gretchen.
James, you do love me more than you love the flowers, don't you?
Isn't that a pretty foolish question?
James?
What?
Look. Look at the lilies.
Well, what do you...
Look at them. They're listening. They're waiting to hear what you say.
And I looked. And I tell you, there was a silence in the garden there that you could almost hear. And the lilies around us were leaning toward us as we stood there. And there was an attitude of expectancy about them, as their graceful stems bent toward us, trembling. They were listening. And suddenly Gretchen broke from my arms and ran sobbing into the house, trampling their beautiful, delicate bodies underfoot as she ran. No, I didn't follow her. I stood for a long time in the twilight, considering these lilies of the field. And they watched me, considering me in silence as I lifted up the murdered flowers from the marks of Gretchen's shoes in the soil and wept a moment for them. And I never did answer Gretchen's question. I could have answered it, but she never asked me again. Perhaps she thought she knew the answer.
So that's why you killed her. Because you thought more of the flowers than you did of her.
I didn't kill her.
Go on.
I did love Gretchen. I love her now more than I ever did.
It sounds as if you did.
We were very happy for a long time that winter. There are no flowers in the winter, and she had no cause to feel neglected. It was very pleasant here in the house. But the spring came, and the buds appeared on the trees. And one day she brought up the subject again.
James, what about the flowers this year?
I'm going to start on the gardens tomorrow.
I wish...
Wish what, darling?
Do we have to have the flowers again?
Well, we don't have to have them, but I want them.
It's been so nice all winter without them.
I've missed them.
I'd hoped you'd maybe forgotten them, James.
Forgotten them? Why, darling, I don't believe I could live without them.
If they all died, what would you do?
I don't know.
Would you die?
Well, what are you talking about, Gretchen?
I'm being very foolish and very silly, James, but I don't want the flowers. I hate flowers.
Now, dear.
I hate them.
You mustn't say that, Gretchen. They'll hate you.
But, Scott, what's the matter? You've let those flowers become an obsession with you. You've begun to feel that they're alive, that they have feelings. You're letting these things take you away from me, and I won't have it.
Gretchen, you're being...
I said I was being silly. I know I am. But it's the truth just the same. Oh, we could do so many things this summer. Go to so many places.
But I don't want to go places, Gretchen.
You did before you went so crazy over flowers. How about those horrible lilies?
Darling, they're so beautiful.
You used to say I was beautiful.
Well, you are.
But not as beautiful as the lilies. Am I?
What? Why, dear, you're like a lily yourself. Your skin is so white, your yellow hair, and that green dress.
Don't you compare me with one of those things. You hear me? I'm not like a flower. I'll never be like a flower.
Dear, please, don't...
James, do you know what I think? Sometimes I think there's something wrong with your mind. Sometimes I think you're a little crazy. Do you realize that I'm your wife, do you? Or do you think I'm married to those flowers? I won't have it. You've got to choose between those dreadful flowers and me.
I wondered if my mind was all right. There's nothing wrong with loving flowers, is there? Almost everyone loves them. But for my wife to be jealous of them, I wondered for a moment whether it was my mind or hers. Yes, I did spend too much time in the gardens, I thought. And I resolved manfully to change my way, to devote only a few hours a day to cultivation and admiration of my precious lilies. I would compromise. I would try to follow my wife's wishes, try to remember her first, instead of the flowers. I reckoned without the flowers. I planted only half as many this year, and Gretchen watched sullenly from the house. They came up eagerly, and I could have sworn that there were twice as many as I planted. Gretchen wouldn't speak to me for days at a time, and mornings when I awoke, I would sometimes find her staring out the window at the likeness of the garden. And in her eyes, I saw a look of awful hatred. It was her attitude, I suppose, that led me to spend more and more time in the garden. And the flowers rewarded me. They were more beautiful, more gracious, more abundant than I've ever seen them. And they returned the loving care I gave them. They poured out their love for me in waves of scent. And their leaves caressed my hands as I bent over them. And as I labored among them, they bent their perfect heads to brush against my cheek. And for long hours I could forget Gretchen, my wife. Until a rustle among the lilies caused me to look up and see my wife standing in the window of the house, gazing out hatefully at us. And the lilies and I looked back at her with something of fear in our hearts. And the garden grew and flourished beyond my fondest hopes. Slowly, I came to the realization that my garden of lilies was increasing in size. That there were hundreds more than I'd set out in the spring. And I smiled on them happily. And the lilies smiled back at me. The lilies loved me. But there was a summer night and a full moon. And I sat on the porch alone and dreamed of... What did I dream of? There was a voice. A murmurous voice above the little breeze in the garden. And the voice was without words. And yet it was the voice of a loved one. Of a lover. And it spoke to me sadly. Caressing me. In sounds that did not need the form of words. And I sat there, alone in the darkness, and listened. And at last the words came.
James!
I love you. Oh! Why, Gretchen.
James, I can't stand it any longer.
What's the matter, Gretchen?
I told you a long time ago that you've got to choose between me and those flowers.
Now, dear,
I'm not going to live in this house like a prisoner any longer. Those flowers are driving me mad. I never see you from morning till night. You've forgotten all about me. I don't even speak to you.
Oh, that's not true, Gretchen. I do love you.
But you love those flowers more.
Gretchen,
Well?
I love you.
And what are you going to do about it?
What shall I do?
Do you want the flowers or do you want me? Go, James.
Gretchen. I can't. I can't. And Gretchen turned away without another word and went into the house. I could not move. The chanting in my ears had become a hypnotic lullaby now. And my eyes closed, and I think I slept. And suddenly I was awakened by Gretchen's shrill laughter somewhere, and the flaring of a brilliant light. And the garden was a sheet of flame. Among the lilies, Gretchen dashed with a great torch exciting the bloom soaked with kerosene. And the noble, tall lilies withered in its blast as she slapped it in their faces. And above the crackling of the flames, above her hysterical laughter, I could hear the keening of strange, lost voices, and I missed to make out words above the sound of the catastrophe that my wife had begun, and they were sad beyond belief. And I roused myself and ran to the garden, but I was too late. Like some avenging demon, my wife stood triumphant amidst the scorched and blistered, dying flowers, and she laughed again. Now she thought she'd won. And there were no more flowers to be jealous of. And when the sun rose in the morning, I went sadly out of the house to contemplate the miserable remains of my loved one. It was as if nothing had happened in the dreadful night. The lilies that I had last seen, smoldering in the moonlight, had raised their smiling heads again, and there was no sign of fire about them. And listen to this, you who refuse to believe that flowers, too, live and reason and love. There were thousands more lilies now than there'd been the night before. They had burst the bounds of the garden, and they extended halfway across the graveled walk that bordered the garden. And from the house came the despairing sobbing of the woman who had tried desperately to destroy the flowers above me. I had feared for my wife's sanity. Now I feared for my own. It was hours before she could do more than weep. At last she spoke to me.
James, I'm going to leave here.
No, Gretchen.
I've got to. I didn't believe, but...
I won't let you go.
You don't love me. Why should I stay? They've won. They'll never forgive me. They'll kill me.
No.
James, I want you to listen to me. I love you. I'll always love you.
I love you, Gretchen.
But you love the flowers more than you do me.
No, I don't.
You don't mean that.
I do mean it.
But it's no use. They love you, James. They're going to have you. I tried to destroy them, and they can't be destroyed. If I don't get away from here...
I can't let you go, Gretchen.
I love you, James.
Stay.
What if I do stay? I'll die. They'll have you.
No.
They hate me.
Gretchen.
They love you. What can I do?
Well, I don't know, but...
You can't fight them. You won't fight them.
I know I can't fight them. They love me.
And I love you, James. It's too late now to choose.
I won't let them have you. I love you.
Look at the window.
I looked at the window. Outside stood another lily. There had been none there before this morning. There it stood. And as I raised my head, I could see more and more of them all the way across the lawn, overflowing the garden walls. Thousands of them, each with its flower cup turned toward the house, each one listening. And I turned back to Gretchen, miserable and afraid. She'd risen from the bed and was standing before her dresser. Gretchen, I called, for I knew what was in the second drawer of her dresser.
There's no other way, James.
Put it down, Gretchen. We'll think of a way.
There's no other way. I don't know how this has happened, but I believe now. I believe they love you, James, and they hate me.
Gretchen, no. Put it down.
No, James. This is the way out. It's the only way out. I won't let them have you. I won't give you up.
And she raised the pistol until it pointed straight at my heart. And I said once more, no, Gretchen.
It has to be this way, James. And then I'll go out and give myself up to them. Darling, I love you.
I must have lain there for a long, long time. At last my eyes opened, and it was dusk again, and I struggled to rise. My side ached horribly, and it was a long time before I could reconstruct what had happened. And I lay there thinking, wondering, what had happened to Gretchen? Was I to die here alone? Was she dead too?
No.
And then I heard the voice again.
Love you. You will not die. Gretchen has not died. We love you. We want you to be happy. You love Gretchen. Gretchen lives. Gretchen loves you.
And I drifted away again into the gathering darkness, with the voice still ringing.
Love you. Love you.
It's a fine story, James. Yes. You didn't tell us before that you'd been shot.
Here's the scar.
Yeah. What became of your wife?
That's a remarkably beautiful lily there. The big one. The one you couldn't remove when you were digging.
Well?
Gretchen was gold and white like a lily. Gretchen's green dress was the color of leaves.
What are you trying to tell me, James?
Do you see something on the stem of that lily, Lieutenant?
Where?
Just below the flower.
Let me see. It's a ring.
Our wedding ring.
How did it get there?
Gretchen.
What?
I told you she was here with us. Darling.
Love you. Love you. Love you.
No, I didn't get it signed, Chief. There wasn't anybody there to sign it. I'm telling you. I heard the voice myself. It kept saying, love you, love you, love you. That's right. We looked around to see where it was coming from, and when we turned around again, James was gone. I don't know. All I know is there were two lilies there now, close together, great big ones. And they looked as if they had their arms around each other. Quiet Please for Tonight was called Let the Lillies Consider. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. James, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And Kathleen Cordell played Gretchen. The voice of the Lillies was Peggy Stanley, and James Bowles was the police lieutenant. As usual, music for Quiet Please was played by Albert Bremen. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Of course, you'll never meet any of the characters in tonight's story. They didn't exist before I thought them up, and they're not imitations of anybody. Next week's Quiet Please story will be called Tahiti Tahiti.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York and was transcribed earlier from Eastern Mutual for this presentation. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. Say, getting worry wrinkles over inflation, anybody? A pale face here at my elbow just asked me to point out that where he comes from, nothing inflates, everything deflates. As a matter of fact, living down under is one way of trimming your clothing budget down to bare essentials. All you need for the longest while is one wooden shoe.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Mark My Grave, was written by John Robert
and stars Lawson Zerbe in the role of Colby, with Santos Ortega as Gabby. Tonight we intend to prove that when a live wire meets a dead head, not a spark of sanity remains. We're in Christenberry, an ancient American village founded during the reign of Queen Anne. We're witnessing a climax in the dark and bloody story of the Brenda clan. A story that has long terrified the timid and baffled men of logical mind. The story of the Brenda ghost. In a close, airless room of the Brenda home, a man is strapped down on an iron bed. His face is youthful, but his hair is white as if bleached by shock. He stares blindly at an older man hovering anxiously over him.
Gabby. Yeah? It's me. I've got everything under control.
Untie me, Gabby. I can't breathe.
No, I can't untie you, kid. Not the way you are. You just hurt yourself. I've sent for a doctor. Able to talk about it a little?
Talk about it? Sure.
Only if you're able to.
Ghosts. Ghosts were a big joke to us. The assignment was going to be a gag. Picture stunt to give the newspaper comic relief. That day you called me.
Hey, Colby.
Yeah?
There's a wire coming in.
8-state search for missing hitchhiker couple. And what about it? Just 2 more missing Americans. There's 1 million of them.
Pamela and Alfred Parker have been missing for 14 days. They were last seen entering the village of Christenberry. They were seen entering, but nobody saw them leave. Christenberry is the village famous for the Brenda ghost.
You want to buy a bed sheet, boss?
No. I do want to buy a circulation booster.
Oh, you're not assigning me to interview the Brenda ghost.
And all the other Brendas with pictures. Trot yourself over to Christenberry with a flash gun and photograph everything that moves.
What if the ghost is, camera shy? Christenberry was a village a man starts talking to himself in. A handful of bearded old-timers who stared at newcomers, then scurried away like frightened jackrabbits. The population on the ground was less than 100. The population underground was an easy 20,000. Now, before tackling the Brendas, I did some reconnoitering.
If you're a man of caution, Mr. Colby, you'll not go poking your nose.
How did Luther Brenda die?
He was found killed over in his study one black night, murdered. Somebody took an axe to him.
Just somebody, huh? The hatchet man was never caught?
No.
Did the police ever figure out a motive for the murder?
Robbery, they said. But it was hate that killed old Luther, if you ask me.
Well, driving into town, I saw posters tacked onto telephone poles advertising a public auction of the Brenda house and grounds tomorrow at 10 a.m. What's it mean?
County supervisor's orders. Ain't a penny in taxes been paid since old Luther Brenda died. Good riddance to Luther's brood, I say. If you're set to go into the devil's roost, you'll be wanting a powerful charm on your person. Wear this around your neck and you'll come to no harm.
The old lady was peddling a bag containing a few strands of human hair, a strip of dried snake skin, and a cube of live lodestone. A luck charm to ward off demons. Hey, you really sold yourself on the Brenda ghost story, huh?
I've seen old Luther Brenda. Seen him with my own eyes.
Where?
Right where you're standing. Look. We called the devil and he's come.
Come? What do you mean, come?
Look to the window.
I followed her pointing finger. There, staring at us through her window, was a face.
It's old Luther Brenda.
It glowed like a mask coated with phosphorus. In a moment, the face was gone. Vanished. I left and drove on to the Brenda place, trying to throw off the spell. It was a perfect setting for a ghost. Inky black, you couldn't see your hand in front of you. A dimly lit gabled house high up on a hill. Barking dogs somewhere. I was picking my way slowly with my camera slung over my shoulder, working my flashlight, when I got the first proof that I really needed a charm bag around my head. Oh, the rifle shot. Somebody had shot the flashlight out of my hand.
Are you shot?
Nah, you just ruined a new flashlight. Who are you?
David Brenda. You?
Colby, a reporter. You always welcome guests with a blast of rifle fire?
I mistook you for old Luther. Old Luther's on the prowl tonight.
Shooting at your father's ghost, huh? But what makes you think the old fellow's on the prowl tonight?
He ain't in his casket.
You checked to see?
I did.
You dug him up and pried open his coffin and checked?
Nope. Weren't no need to do that. We ain't never buried old Luther. We put him in the family crypt like he wanted to be put.
And you say he's not there now?
Yep.
Well, any objections to showing me?
Nope. Come along.
I followed David Brenda into a small fieldstone house set on the edge of a weed-choked meadow, less than 50 feet from the big gabled house, sort of a primitively built mausoleum. In the center of it was a heavy oak coffin tooled with steel fittings. Raising the lid was a job for Hercules. I watched David Brenda's face purple with the effort.
I'm showing you. Now, look for yourself.
I looked. The casket was empty.
I said old Luther was on the prowl.
A man who's been dead 10 years just got up to take the walk.
Got up to keep his promise.
What promise?
To take the Brendas back to his keeping. First Walter, then Polly, then me, he said. Walter's first because he's the oldest.
And you last because you're the youngest?
Yep.
And you believe it?
Listen. Hear that?
Organ music. Some cheerful Joe's playing an organ over at your house.
The piece old Luther always played. Only Luther can play the organ.
I still say, show me. Come on. I started for the main house to the accompaniment of a ghostly funeral march that seemed to hang in the night air like a weight. Halfway across the lawn, the organ stopped. A dead man was ready to take his eldest son back to his keeping.
It's Walter.
Upstairs in a little room, Walter was on the floor beside the organ, sitting rigidly with his hands clasped on his knees, like a child at his father's feet.
First Walter because he was the oldest.
And then me. I'm next.
You're Polly Brenda?
I'm Polly Brenda. Didn't Father play beautifully, David?
Polly fit her name to a T, a face like a parrot. Standing behind Polly, writing furiously into a palm-sized notebook, was another queer-looking duck. The kind of guy you imagine running through the fields with a butterfly net. Oh, who's the note-taker, David?
Mr. Lautrec. Yeah, he's a lord.
Sir Oliver Lautrec. And your name is what?
Are we, rival reporters?
Indeed not.
Well, then what's all that note-taking about?
My on-the-spot investigation into supernatural phenomena. The Brendas were kind enough to extend an invitation to me.
For $500 for his keep.
And a silk dress for me.
What research society do you represent, Sir Oliver?
My own. My independent research will become a book. A really revolutionary book, I would say.
You've seen the Brenda ghost.
I have. My findings here have been truly remarkable.
You gotta show me. Bodies disappear, sure, but not under their own steam. Old Luther was missing from his casket. Sure, but where is he? Do you know where he is, Polly?
Why, back in the coffin. He always goes back to rest after he's played the organ.
We hiked back to the mausoleum, all of us. I watched David Brenda make like Hercules again, raising the heavy oak lid.
I'm showing you.
I looked. Old Luther Brenda was back in his casket. And it was the same face I'd seen pressed against the window of old Lady Hawkins' house. The mind's a funny thing, Gabby. You're a hard-headed cynic who says, show me, but suddenly you can't trust your eyes. Suddenly your mind's developed a small crack, and your sanity begins to push out like sawdust coming out of a rag doll. A dead man who gets up out of his casket, plays an organ solo, commits a murder, then gets back into the casket. You don't dare believe it, because if you do, you'll never stop screaming. I didn't try to figure it out too much. I photographed everything in sight, talked a while with the overstuffed researcher, Sir Oliver, then holed up in the ground floor bedroom David Brenda assigned me to.
It won't be comfortable, but it's a bed.
I hadn't even closed one eye when the dogs outside set up a holler that raised goose pimples all over me. It was the kind of holler you hear from bloodhounds when they reach the end of the chase. I went to the window. Something was pulling me. Something. Like a premonition. There were the dogs on the lawn, under the moon. Brute mastiffs, 4 of them, and snapping something in their jaws, then tossing it into the air. I concentrated on whatever the gadgets were, peering through the window glass until my eyes almost dropped out the sockets. After a while, I made the gadgets out. They were articles of clothing. A shoe, a man's hat, a lady's handbag. I found the place the dogs had come from. It wasn't hard. I just followed the dog tracks to a ravine behind the meadow. I found them side by side, deader than just dead. Pamela and Alfred Parker, your missing hitchhiker couple.
Oh, Luther killed him.
Great, having a ghost around that walks. Huh, David? You can make him the explanation for everything.
Oh, Luther killed him. Listen.
The organ's going again.
It's old Luther's favorite piece. He's fixing to kill Polly. Walter was the first, now it's Polly's turn.
Busy night for a dead man. The idea is that Luther Brenda's up there at the organ, huh?
Yep.
Up there playing a prelude to murder. Out of his casket and up there in the watchtower?
Yep.
I'm going back for a double take of that casket. I played Hercules with the lid myself this time. I did a double take 20 times over. The casket was empty. I sprinted for the main house with David Brenda, puffing at my heels and a funeral march pacing me. Springing got me within a foot of the front door when the music stopped.
Polly was next, after Walter. Oh, Luther's keeping his promise.
Shut up, shut up! It was Polly, same place. On the floor in the watchtower at the foot of the organ. Same kind of death. Like Walter, sitting rigidly with her hands clasped on her knees, like a child at her father's feet.
First Walter, then Polly, he said. I'm the youngest. I'm last. When
my feet felt steady enough, I went to see if Luther Brenda had settled back in his casket. I went to see just as a matter of routine. I'd find him there, I was sure of it. I'd find him there because there wasn't an organ going. That's how I'd begun to think. I wasn't your boy anymore, Gabby. I was practically your Brenda. I never reached the mausoleum because Out there in the dark, I saw Luther Brenda. I stood knee-deep in the weeds and watched Luther Brenda walk past me and head straight as an arrow for the mausoleum. The dead man was returning to his casket. I took his picture, a rear profile view. My hands worked the camera automatically from habit. I didn't start screaming until the mausoleum door closed behind him. And then I couldn't stop screaming.
Feel better for the sleep, kid?
Yeah. I feel okay. What time is it?
10 a.m. The doc gave you something to quiet you down. Able to get up?
Sure. Did I make any sense to you early this morning?
So. But we're not talking about it, Colby. Sergeant Conley's around the premises now figuring things out. That public auction starting in a minute. They're going ahead with the sale of this place. If you want to climb any of duds, we can watch it.
Gentlemen, your attention, please. The sale is about to commence. By authority vested in me by the Board of Supervisors of the Incorporated Township of Christenbury, I now offer you tax warrants, file number 126015, at public sale.
Great public sale. Not a soul came.
Nobody wants the place. Luther Brenda goes with it.
Fat boy over there. See Sir Oliver?
Uh-huh. And that's David Brenda.
What keeps him out of a padded cell?
The tax warrants amount to $3,000, gentlemen. The minimum bid I am empowered to accept is $3,000. Bid lively, gentlemen.
Looks like no takers, Colby.
Mr. Auctioneer.
Yes?
In the absence of bids, I bid exactly $3,000.
Sold. Sold to your name, please.
Lottrick. Sir Oliver Lottrick.
Come on, Colby. That's all I wanted to hear. Sir Oliver.
Yes?
What's here that's worth $3,000 to you?
Must I answer that question?
You'd better, and pronto. And don't tell me you've gotten attached to a walking dead man.
My work prompted me to make that bid. The $3,000 enables me to pursue my research. I'd been advised that the county planned to raise the house to the ground if no bid was forthcoming. That would be a pity. An irreparable loss to the study of supernatural phenomena.
But more of a loss to you, eh? A loss of, say, $100,000?
You're making no sense at all to me.
I'm not, eh? There's a cop here who'll tell it to you in basic English. You tell him, Sergeant.
$100,000 in jewels stolen by an escaped convict who came through here and murdered old Luther Brenda 10 years ago. The killer left the jewels behind him for safekeeping. Because he was wanted in 12 states, he was hotter than a firecracker. He knew he'd never crash through roadblocks set up to trap him. My theory is that the jewels are bricked in somewhere as a part of the Brenda dwelling.
Isn't that why you bought the house, Sir Oliver? To be free to take a wall down at your leisure and pocket a bag full of jewels?
It's a preposterous theory. In my opinion, gentlemen, your surroundings here have affected your minds. You're all stark mad.
Ah, that gimmick. Give him the rest of it, Sergeant.
The corpse that gets up and plays the organ? That's you, Lottrick. Now, don't waste your breath denying it. Among other items of proof, we've got photographic evidence.
That wraps up the ghost story, Colby. Sir Oliver was caught in that roadblock 10 years ago. Served his time, then came right back to Christenbury in his jewel cache.
Photographic evidence, Conley said. What do they mean?
That picture you took of Luther Brenda walking back into the mausoleum. We developed it and blew it up. It was Sir Oliver wearing a plastic mask. It was a close copy of Luther Brenda's features. We found the mask in his luggage.
but the casket was actually empty. Twice.
Another law trick operation. Bet on it. Stop picking your brains. It's all ABC, open and shut. Everything fits logically. Everything adds up.
But they were sitting on the floor with their hands clasped around their knees. Walter and Polly, like children listening to music.
Colby, I'm begging you. Get that malarkey out of your head. Dead men don't sit down and play the organ.
Don't they, Gabby? Listen.
Oh, at a time like this, some jerk decides to play the organ.
It's old Luther Brenda up there in the watchtower playing his favorite piece. He's out of his casket and at the organ. And David's on the floor like a child, listening to his father play.
Colby, quit it.
It's David's turn now. After Walter came Polly. David's last because he's the youngest. It's his turn now to go back to his father's keeping. Soon the music will stop and David will scream. Listen, Gabby. See, Gabby? David sits like the others on the floor, dead.
Is he dead, Sergeant?
Yeah. Can't pin this one on law trick.
Then what killed David Brenda?
Old Luther Brenda killed him, Gabby. David was last to go because he was the youngest.
Oh, shut up, Colby. You were saying, Sergeant?
No visible injury. Offhand, I'd say he was frightened to death. Brought a seizure on himself.
Sure. That makes sense. They frightened himself to death.
Does it make sense, Gabby? David Brenda played an organ solo for David Brenda. He sat at the organ pumping the pedals and sat on the floor at the same time.
Sure, it makes sense. It's got to make sense.
He played a funeral march and died listening to it. One man in two places at the same time. Does it really make sense, Gabby? Does it?
So the Brendas are back together again. Now, there's one gang that believes in the family ties that bind. Did some cynic whisper, straitjacket? That's Oliver. Nice guy to rent your attic to. I'm told he's using himself as a basis for research now. He's bringing his notebook and pencil into the hot seat with him. Expects to record impressions that will electrify nobody but himself. And say, if you ever run into a walking corpse, Mr. Blow the whistle on yourself. You're on a dead-end street.
Inner Sanctum is heard each week in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
You see, Miss Keaton, after Laura Winstead perfected her means of vocal communication with spirits, she continued her studies and experiments until she became able to bring about materialization.
You mean...
I mean, now we see the departed one with whom we commune.
Oh. Well, I really didn't expect that. I thought possibly a few table wrappings.
Oh, there'll be more than mere wrappings here tonight, Miss Keaton. Oh, here's Laura now. Laura, dear.
Good evening. Or should I say good morning? It's after 2 a.m.
Yes, Laura. We've been waiting for you. Really, I think you could be more prompt.
Do you, Harvey? But perhaps you should hold the seances instead of me.
Now, Laura, there's really no reason for you to make a scene.
Oh, no, of course not. We're not here for a scene. It's for a seance. Yes. Shall we begin, Laura?
Yes. Harvey, if this is going to bore you, I suggest you go into the library until we've finished.
No, I'll remain here.
Then I must ask you to assume the right attitude. You know we always have difficulty getting good contact whenever a disbeliever is present.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Winstead believes, don't you, Harvey?
I'd rather ask that same question of you, Frederica. We're finished here.
Oh, don't worry about me, Mrs. Winstead. I'm quite open-minded.
I'm sure you are, dear. Now, if we'll all gather around the table. Rogers, will you turn off the lights, please?
Oh, yes, certainly. There we are. Now we'll all...
Oh, what's that? What's wrong? What's happened?
Oh, never mind, Laura.
Federico, are you all right?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course she is. I'm really missing my chair and bumped into hers. So sorry, Miss Keaton.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. Please forgive me, but I was startled for a moment.
There now. We're all settled. It was entirely my fault, Miss Keaton. I'm terribly sorry.
It's quite all right, Mr. Rogers.
Is everyone quite ready?
Yes, Laura. All ready.
Shall we begin any time now?
Harvey, we will begin when the opportune time arrives. Let me tell you once again that if you are impatient, it will be best that you will leave us.
Oh, no. No, Harvey, please don't go.
Don't worry. I have no intention of leaving.
You please all join hands. Roger, give me your hand. Miss Keaton, yours, please. Now you two clasp hands with Mr. Winstead.
Yes, I understand. Harvey, where's your hand? Oh, there it is.
All set, Laura.
Now, whatever happens, no one is to break the contact. Is that perfectly clear? No one. We will soon make communication with one from another level.
Well, will we see this?
I must ask you to be very quiet, Miss Keaton. No one is to speak. And when the materialization takes place, please do not utter a sound unless it addresses you personally. We're gathered here to commune with whomsoever wishes to contact us. We've gathered with open minds and with a unity of purpose. If there is someone who wishes to speak to us, or any one of us, will he or she please make herself known? Is someone seeking contact? Please knock twice for no, thrice for yes. Do you have a message for someone present? For me? No. For someone else who is present here? Do you wish to speak through me? Do you wish to show yourself to us? Very well. We will await your appearance now. When you are ready to speak through me, please begin. Frederica.
Yes, I hear you.
I am calling to you, Frederica.
I hear you.
I am over here. Over here.
Yes, I see you.
Do you recognize me, Frederica?
Yes. You are my mother.
Yes, dear. I am your mother. Do not worry, Frederica. Do not worry about anything. Be good, my child. Be good and do not worry.
Oh, no. No, don't go. Not yet. I want to talk to you.
She's gone.
Oh, I saw her so plainly. It was my mother. I know it was. Harvey, did you see her?
Yes, I saw her.
Will you turn up the lights, Roger?
Yes, of course. I'm feeling all right, Laura.
Yes, quite all right, thank you.
Miss Keaton?
Yes, I suppose so. I don't know what to make of this. It's all so wonderful.
I'd take it with a grain of salt, my dear. Try not to think too much about it.
Harvey, I'll not have you say such things. Miss Keaton, you've just seen and talked with your mother. You may do so again whenever you wish. In case there's the slightest doubt in your mind, I can assure you that it was your mother.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sure it was, Mrs. Winstead. And as I say, it's so wonderful. Tell me, why haven't I heard of your ability to do this before now?
Because, Miss Keaton, I permit no one to speak of it. I do not wish to become a public figure. I give sittings for my friends. I don't wish the world at large to know about my power, so I swear every newcomer to complete and absolute secrecy. I'm asking you for your assurance now.
You mean you don't want me to speak of this to anyone?
Yes, that's what I mean. You must promise to speak to no one of what you have seen here tonight.
Very well, Mrs. Winstead. As you wish.
I shall expect you to keep that promise. Now, the seance is ended. I shall bid you all good night.
Laura, dear, won't you stay and talk for a while?
Thank you, no. I'm very tired, and it's almost 3:00.
I'll see you to the stairs then, and then I must be going. Winston, old chap, I'll see you at the office tomorrow.
Very well. Thank you, Roger.
Good night, Miss Keaton.
Good night, Mr. Rogers. Mrs. Winstead.
Good night, my dear. Please come back again when you can.
Oh, thank you, I will.
Good night, Laura. I'll run Frederica home. I'll be along shortly.
Yes, Harvey. Take your time, my dear. Now, whatever made me say that? I'm sure you will, anyway. Good night.
Harvey, she's suspicious.
That I'm in love with you?
How could she have found out?
I told her.
You did?
Yes. Made a clean breast of it to her. Told her it was no good, she and I trying to continue to make a go of it. It didn't do a bit of good. She refuses to give me a divorce.
Oh.
I'm really desperate, Frederica. I can't stand living with her another day. She's changed so. There's no love in her heart anymore. No warmth. She suddenly becomes such a different person. Nagging, sharp-tongued, overbearing.
Oh, poor dear. You do need someone to look after you. She must neglect you terribly.
She does. I minded a lot at first. Believe me, Frederica, I was always in love with Laura. Now she's so indifferent. Everything I try to do for her.
But why has she become so indifferent to you?
I stopped trying to explain that months ago. I don't care anymore. Now that I found you.
Harvey.
You do love me, don't you, Frederica?
Oh, yes, dear. Of course I do. But we can't go on like this. With no solution in view.
But there must be a solution. There must be some way.
But there is no way. No way except the one Laura denies us.
Just give me a little time, Frederica. It isn't hopeless yet. I promise you, Frederica, I'll find a way. I'll find a way somehow.
My darling. Harvey, I'm still thinking about what Laura did here tonight. The apparition. The voice of my mother.
Oh, nonsense, Frederica.
Darling, what do you mean?
Here, I'll show you what I mean. Here, I want you to see this, Frederica. Here you are. See?
Well, that's almost an exact image of my mother.
Nothing but a papier-mâché face, painted to resemble an old lady, an old gray shawl and some old-style spectacles.
But how does it work? How does she make it appear?
Easily. Look, up above there. An almost invisible wire strung across the room. Laura simply releases an electrically controlled lock on this cabinet behind her chair. Since the invisible wire is placed at a single angle, the so-called spirit slips slowly out in front of those sitting at the table. Here. Like this. There. Then Laura says whatever she wants to. Changing her voice. When it's all over, she simply manipulates this cord on a pulley inside the cabinet. The image is returned to the cabinet. Simple.
Oh. Well, then she merely tricked us.
Tricked you. I've known for years that Laura's nothing but a fraud.
You might have kept what you know to yourself, Harvey.
Oh, Mrs. Winster.
Laura, I asked her not to come here. She insisted that since you extended the invitation, she was obliged to. I felt it only fair to show her that she'd been the victim of a hoax.
Oh, Harvey, never mind, Miss Eaton. I'm not in the least embarrassed. The apparition was a trick, yes. But I assure you, my dear, the voice was not.
Oh, of course it was, Laura. You know it.
Indeed. Harvey, my dear, there are many things between earth and heaven that none of us know. There are many things that you don't know. Yes, I have used tricks at our meetings. I admit that. But not everything that has happened here has been trickery.
You'll have to convince me, Laura.
Harvey, I have a feeling that someday, somehow I will convince you. And that when I do, you'll never be able to scoff at me again.
Laura, I'm sorry about last night. But we simply must settle this thing once and for all.
I can't see that there's anything to settle.
You haven't the right to hold me like this, Laura. You don't love me. Why don't you give me my freedom?
Simple, Harvey. Because no woman likes to see another take her place. And besides, it's so convenient being married to your income.
You're the most selfish, the most self-centered woman I've ever met.
Am I, darling?
You certainly are. Laura, all I ask is a divorce. I'll see to it that you're well cared for financially.
No, Harvey. You're wasting your breath. I told you no yesterday. I say no again today. And I'll keep on saying no as long as I live.
As long as you live. Yes. Just so.
Frederica, darling.
Yes? Oh, Laura. How are you?
Excellent, Frederica. I'm driving out to Cliff Point. Won't you ride along with me? We'll be back by noon.
Oh, why, thank you so much. I would like the fresh air.
Then come along, Frederica. I need some company, and besides, I want to have a little talk with you.
Frederica! Laura, stop! Stop the car, for heaven's sakes! Laura! Good heavens, Frederica! She'll be killed!
Here's your evening paper. Harvey Winstead's wife dead and plunged over Cliff Point. 2 women forced off highway by unidentified truck driver. Mrs. Harvey Winstead killed instantly. Miss Frederica Keaton expected to die. There you are, folks. Get your evening paper.
How is she, Doctor? How is Miss Keaton?
She's slightly improved, Mr. Winston.
Thank heaven.
But she's still in a very serious condition. She regained consciousness early this morning after a 10 days coma. She seems to recognize people, but something is wrong with Miss Keaton's nerve centers. For one thing, she can't use her voice.
An operation, perhaps?
Yes, a very serious one. To require, well, quite an expense.
I say, Winstead, do you really think that this girl will ever recover?
I don't know. It's been months since the accident. She hasn't been able to speak one word to me.
Now, look here, it's none of my affair, really, but I know things have been going very badly for you lately. Losing your wife and all. But you need some money, old man.
Oh, no. No, thanks. Thanks a lot, Rogers. My money's not completely gone yet.
Good news. Good news, Winston.
Yes, Doctor?
The operation was a success. Believe me, I never dreamed it would require 3 operations to make Miss Keaton able to speak again.
She can talk?
Yes, after almost 6 months of silence.
Oh, that's splendid. When can I see her, Doctor?
Why, now, if you wish. Here, this way.
The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. And starring tonight 2 of radio's foremost actors, Leon Janney and Charlotte Holland, in Operation Tomorrow.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we journey with a young scientist into the unknown future. It's a story I call Operation Tomorrow.
But first, a message from the Ford dealers of America. Everyone's saying it. The 50 Ford is a great car. Listen to what Mr. Robert Guyette, Jr. of Kingston, Pennsylvania said. He's one of more than 420,000 new Ford owners.
I find that my 8-cylinder 50 Ford gives me remarkable mileage. Over 18 miles to a gallon. And outside of regular checkups, my 50 Ford's never been in the shop for repairs. Another feature I like about it is that, in spite of my leaving it out on the street a lot, the finish is still as new-looking as when I bought it. I believe the 50 Ford is the best buy on the road because it costs so little to buy, so little to run, and so little to own.
Yes, Ford owners everywhere agree. The big new Ford is the real economy buy. When you buy a new Ford, you save on Ford's initial low price. And when you drive it, Ford's fine engineering saves on maintenance and operation costs. But get the facts yourself at your nearest Ford dealers.
Then take the wheel and get the feel of this fine car. Test drive the new Ford.
My story begins in a scientific laboratory cut out of the solid rock many feet beneath New York's City University. Amidst a maze of electronic apparatus, Professor Wilbur Malcolm, a middle-aged pipe-smoking man, is making methodical tests, aided by his new assistant, Fred Andrews.
The main output coils seem to be working the way they should. You ready at the meters, Fred?
Yes, Professor. But I wish I knew what we were doing.
You will in a few seconds, my boy. Now, wind up that alarm clock and put it here on this lead table in the center of the magnetic field.
This old alarm clock?
Yes.
There. All right, it's in the magnetic field. Now what?
Now I'm going to turn on the current. You give me the readings as we go along.
Right, sir.
Here we go. Readings, please.
1,000 volts positive main output tube. 1,500. 2,000. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8,000. 9. 10,000.
All right. We've reached critical voltage. Now watch the clock closely, Fred.
The clock? Yes, sir. Why, it's getting a little hazy. Hard to see. Now it's transparent, as if it were made of glass. What is this, Professor?
Patience, my boy. Watch and observe. That's the scientist's motto.
Well, the tick is getting fainter. Fading out. The clock is disappearing. Professor, the clock has vanished.
So it has. Gone completely.
But where? Don't tell me you've discovered the secret of invisibility.
Oh, something bigger than that, Fred. But watch now. I'm going to cut off the alpha tubes. Now I'll cut in the beta tubes. That will give us a negative charge and reverse the magnetic field. You ready, Fred?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Readings, please.
2,000 volts negative. 3,000 negative. 4,000. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10,000 volts negative.
Good. I'm holding the field at 10,000. Now watch where the clock was.
I'm watching, sir. Good Lord. I see a ghost of a clock there. Just a misty outline. Now it's becoming clearer and clearer. It's transparent. Now it's almost solid. Why, I can hear it ticking again.
And there it's back.
Oh.
Yes, Fred. The clock is back. And as you can hear, still in good working order.
But where was it? Where did it go?
Where did it go? It went into the future.
Into the future?
Yes, my boy. That clock has just penetrated approximately 1 year into the future. You've witnessed the first demonstration of something that up to now has always been considered a fantastic dream. Time travel.
Good Lord.
Ah, that's enough for today. You're coming home with me, Fred, when I tell you my plans.
How did you stumble onto this time travel effect, sir?
Well, it came about almost by sheer accident. My main purpose, which is a top-secret operation, is to develop electronic controls for atomic spaceships.
You mean they've been developed?
Oh, no, not yet. But it shouldn't be long now. Science is making incredibly rapid advances. And sometimes it worries me. When you travel so fast, there's danger of a collision.
Yes, I know. We're all of us worried that the world is headed for a gigantic disaster, but there doesn't seem to be anything we can do about it.
Perhaps there is. That's what I've been working around to tell you, Fred.
What, Professor Malcolm?
Well, this time travel effect that I stumbled on accidentally. I've kept it a secret. You're the only person besides myself to know about it.
I'm very flattered, sir.
I know I can trust you. And I need your help. I'm not sure we're really ready for time travel. As we were just saying, we're going so fast now, so many new discoveries that we don't know how to handle for the world's good. I hesitate to add one more to the list.
I think I understand.
But on the other hand, maybe it can be used for mankind's benefit. I have a wild scheme, Fred. Very unscientific. And yet...
What is it, Professor?
Well, it's this. I propose to send you on a little jaunt into the future.
Into... future?
Yes. I want you to bring back information. I want to find out what's in store for us mortals of the 20th century, Fred. If it's bad, war, perhaps, just knowing about it in advance may make it possible to prevent it. Do you follow me?
Huh. It would be like knowing in advance about a train wreck and then seeing that it doesn't happen.
I knew you'd understand. That's why I sent for you. As soon as we've completed our tests, I propose to send you through time 100 years into the future.
For days and weeks, Fred Andrews and Professor Malcolm experimented until they were sure it would be possible to send a human being into the future and bring him back safely. At last, they were ready for the big test, for the actual transmission of Fred himself through time.
Professor, I'm all ready. Why are you hesitating?
Well, Fred, as we've been working, suspicion has been growing in my mind.
What suspicion, sir?
I don't think this is going to work.
But, Professor, we've sent dozens of objects into the future and brought them back. Even live animals. Cats, dogs.
Yes, but we've never brought back an object from the future itself. I mean, one we didn't send there.
No, that's true.
I wonder if... Well, no matter, we'll see. Now remember, gather all the information you can and get back to this spot 6 hours from now. I'll activate the return field then and bring you back to 1950.
Yes, sir, I'll do my best.
I guess that's all. Good luck, my boy.
Thank you, sir.
5,000 volts positive. 6,000 volts. How do you feel?
I feel fine, Professor.
8,000 volts. 9. 10,000. Critical voltage. You're beginning to move forward into time. You're getting transparent now. Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Malcolm. I can hear you, but you sound very far away. I can't see you any longer. I seem to be in the middle of a fog or mist. Now I'm just surrounded by blackness. I can't hear or see anything.
He's gone. Pray heaven he comes back safely.
All over the country, folks are praising the beautiful new Ford. And no wonder. For this car is a masterpiece of sleek fashion styling. But there's more than style in the new Ford, much more. There's safety, too, built into Ford features. Into its dependable Magic Action king-size brakes, for example. Into its all-steel lifeguard body. And into its advanced steering mechanism. And the new Ford brings you economy, too. It's low in first cost and high in resale value. It's thrifty on gas and oil and inexpensive to maintain. So, before you buy any car, at any price, stop by your neighborhood Ford dealers. Look over the new Ford for beauty. Check its many safety features. Get the facts about Ford economy. Then discover the flashing performance and big car comfort of this great car. Test drive the 100 horsepower V8 or its companion in quality, the 95 horsepower 6. See, hear, and feel why the big new Ford is the one fine car in the low price field. And now, back to the mysterious traveler.
For a long moment, Fred Andrews felt as if he was spinning dizzily through empty darkness. Then the feeling passed, and he cautiously opened his eyes to find himself standing in an empty room, the laboratory which he had just left 100 years ago. Unsteadily, he crossed the room and, with difficulty, opened the door. Then he gasped. Outside was a maze of corridors and stairways, brilliantly lighted, as if a whole city had been carved out of the rock of Manhattan Island. As he stood there, someone came walking swiftly past him. An attractive girl in full military uniform.
I beg your pardon.
Yes?
But, can you...
What are you
tell
doing
me...
here?
What?
This section is forbidden to civilians.
Forbidden to civilians? I don't get it.
How did you get past the guards? Where are your identification papers?
No, wait a minute. Since when does an American citizen have to carry identification papers?
Ever since the war started, as you know quite well. Put up your hands.
A gun? No. Look, miss, you don't have to threaten me. I'm harmless.
Stand still. I want to see if you're carrying a weapon.
Well, satisfied? The only weapon I have is a fountain pen.
What's your name?
Frederick Andrews, Ph.D.
Your draft card, please.
Draft card? Look, what's all this about? War, draft card, identification papers. All these tunnels that have been dug down here. I'm a stranger here.
I don't know what you're up to, but no one can be that ignorant. You're coming along with me to see Colonel Phillips.
Colonel Phillips?
He's the security officer for this sector. And I certainly hope you have a good story to tell him.
So your story, Mr. Andrews, is that you've come here from the year 1950. You must realize it's a very unconvincing tale.
Completely unconvincing, in my opinion, Colonel.
Well, it's the only story I have. I was born in 1923. And in 1950, Professor Wilbur Malcolm of City University sent me into the future. Now I'm here and, I forgot to ask the date.
It's April 10th, 2050.
Exactly 100 years. Professor Malcolm's calculations were accurate to almost the minute.
Colonel, in my opinion, this man is a very clever spy.
Spy? But, well, look at that stuff you took from my pockets. The notebook, fountain pen, my driver's license, dated 1950. Those coins and bills, the cigarettes. Surely they convince you I came from 100 years ago.
I think we can settle the question, Mr. Andrews. Our technical department can tell whether this currency is genuine and approximately how old it is. Lieutenant French.
Yes, sir.
Send all these things by pneumatic tube to the technical department. Ask them for an immediate report. Also ask them if there is any record of a Professor Malcolm or an assistant named Frederick Andrews at City University in 1950.
Yes, sir, right away. I'll have a report for you in half an hour.
When the report comes, Mr. Andrews, I'll know how to handle your case. If you are a spy, you know the penalty.
Well, I'm not worried, Colonel. Now, may I ask a few questions? Are you at war?
We are indeed at war.
And these miles of tunnels I saw, carved out of the solid rock.
This city has retreated underground, Mr. Andrews. No one lives on the surface now.
Good Lord. How long has the war been going on?
We've been at war, Mr. Andrews. Off and on, of course, with periods in between in which both sides have rested up. For 95 years.
Well, a visitor at last. Hello, Lieutenant French.
I'm sorry, Mr. Andrews, that we had to keep you locked up until you were cleared.
Does that mean you believe my story now?
Technical Division says your story is true.
I'm free now?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Andrews. This is a military sector, and you're a civilian. But I am to be your guide for the time being.
Good. Then, suppose I call you Emily, and you call me Fred.
All right, Fred.
There's a great deal I want to see and learn before I go back to 1950.
Go back? You mean you can return?
Of course. Professor Malcolm will turn on his gadgets to bring me back at 4 o'clock.
That's only 3 hours. I'll have to report this to Colonel Phillips. After I've reported, what would you like to do?
I'm anxious to see what's going on. And I'd like to collect a number of books with the latest scientific and historical data to take back with me.
Yes, all right. I'll phone the colonel. Then I'll show you around.
Fred, here's the plotting room for the flying bomb attack.
Good Lord, it's as big as a theater. And it's dark. What's that big board with lights on it?
That's the chart board which records every flying bomb within 1,000 miles of American territory.
Self-guided missile entering detection net over Greenland. General course south-southwest.
I have it plotted. Send up interceptor rockets when it reaches Zone 4.
Yes, sir. Rockets 34 and 35 successfully intercepted at Defense Zone 4.
Now, you see, Fred, 2 lights just went out. That means we sent up destroyer rockets, which brought the bomb down.
Rocket bombs 29 and 31 have eluded interception at Zone 3.
Interception salvo at Zone 2. If they penetrate, lose interceptor L-100 at Zone 1.
L-100 is our new top-secret interceptor, Fred. Hardly anyone knows how it works, but it never fails.
4 more lights went out then.
Mm-hmm. And here comes the report.
Last 4 rockets successfully intercepted.
Roger.
Well, Fred, what do you think of modern
Rocket
warfare?
25 has penetrated Zone 2.
Horrifying.
Interceptor
And
L-100
everybody
is being
here
launched now.
Seems to take it so calmly.
You can't get excited when a thing has lasted for almost 100 years on and off.
That light, number 25, it's still on and moving.
But it should have been destroyed by now. Do you suppose...
Rocket number 25 has eluded interceptor attack by L-100.
It has, but it can't have.
Report on 25, please.
Detection base 103 reports number 25, apparently new type rocket, non-metallic construction, able to baffle sighting mechanism of L-100.
Order technical crew to search for fragments after the hit. Send general warning to eastern seaboard area. Give plotted strike prediction.
Very good, sir. All personnel in Eastern District. All personnel. Bomb strike due in 10 seconds. Battery area. Bomb strike due in 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Bomb strike due in 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. All personnel. Bomb strike over.
All right, Fred. I'll take you to the viewing room next. And you can see for yourself what this city looks like in the year 2050. Lieutenant French reporting back with Mr. Andrews, sir.
Very good, Lieutenant. Well, Mr. Andrews, have a good look around?
Yes, sir. I saw the city through the television viewing screens.
Not quite the city you left, is it?
It's unbelievable. Just acres of twisted steel and fallen stone. The skeletons of giant buildings lying across one another, rusting. It's like the end of the world.
Not quite. Perhaps not even the end of civilization. Man is an adaptable creature.
But are we winning, sir?
Nobody wins a war anymore, Mr. Andrews. We're holding our own, and we hope when the end comes there will be peace on Earth forever.
But how did it start, sir? We were trying so hard to prevent war back in 1950. In fact, one reason for my trip into time was to get information that might help us keep war from breaking out.
Lieutenant French, why didn't we think of that?
Think of what, sir?
If the world of 1950 knows the truth, maybe it won't happen. Either they can prevent the accident that started all this back in 1955, or at least they'll know the truth when it does happen.
Of course, sir. Mr. Andrews can take the true story back with him.
What story? I don't follow you.
Fred, you asked how the war started.
Yes?
It started because of an accident and an over-jittery word.
Yes, my boy, a horrible irony.
Fred, now listen. During the 1950s, the government established a special experimental base in the heart of the Arizona desert, in a little town called Red Rock.
Red Rock, Arizona?
Yes, that's right. The first space rocket was put into production there, and work was pushed on the problem of fuel.
During the course of experiments, an explosion occurred, late in 1955.
It was a terrific blast, wiped out the whole base. The first reports were sabotage, that the enemy had blown up the base because they were afraid we were on the verge of getting space flight.
Before the truth became known, our newspapers screamed for retaliation. The enemy became panicky and decided to strike first. And phase 1 of the war was on. When we discovered the blast was really an accident, it was too late to stop.
That's horrible, sir. War, because everybody was just too jittery.
But it doesn't have to be. Don't you see, if you take back the true story before it happens, it won't have to happen. Now look, I've assembled a dozen books for you. The information in them will enable your scientists to prevent that blast at Red Rock Base.
Now, Fred, you've got to get the facts back to them. You've just got to.
I will. Believe me, Professor Malcolm and I will see to it this war doesn't start in our time.
Good. Now come along. You've only 5 minutes more.
This is the exact spot where I was lying when I came through the time dimension, Colonel Phillips.
You've only 30 seconds more, Andrews. Remember, impress the lesson of the accident at Red Rock on the world. These books, hold them close to you so they'll go back with you.
Yes, sir. I've got a good grip on them.
Fred.
Yes, Emily?
Just good luck.
Thanks. Maybe I'll pay another trip to 2050.
I hope so.
It's 1600. And Professor Malcolm is on time.
Look, Colonel. He's getting transparent. He's disappearing.
Goodbye, Emily. I guess this is it. Hope to see you again sometime.
But, sir, the books, they aren't disappearing. They're just as solid as ever. Fred! Fred!
What? I can hardly hear you. Everything's gray and misty. Are you still there? Emily, are you still there?
The books, Fred! Fred, the books!
Andrews, you're going back with the books! They're staying here!
He's appearing. He's returning. Thank heaven he's safe. Fred, my boy. Fred, what's the matter? You're staring at me as if you didn't know me. Here, Fred, let me help you up. It's I, Professor Malcolm.
Professor Malcolm?
Yes. Don't tell me you don't remember.
Professor Malcolm?
Yes, Fred. What's the matter?
Oh, my head feels so funny. I can't seem to remember who you are or what's happened to me. What am I doing here?
Well, Fred, how are you?
Oh, Professor Malcolm, it's good to see you, sir.
I can't tell you how I've been blaming myself ever since the experiment.
Oh, nonsense. I haven't suffered any harm. Just a blank place in my mind. I can't understand it. Do you suppose the experiment failed?
And you were gone for 6 hours. Somewhere. That's all I know, Fred. If you did get to 2050, Fred...
Yes, sir?
Well, I have a theory that though we can move from past to future, it's impossible for anything belonging in the future to move to the past. The structure of time itself prevents that.
I see.
So, if you did try to bring back any books or papers, they stayed behind.
You must be right.
You can't remember because nothing that you didn't take with you could come back with you, even including sensory impressions on your brain cells. The very act of returning wiped out your memories.
Maybe if I went again, we could find some way around the problem. There must be some way, sir.
No, Fred. I'm dropping the whole subject for the time being. I've been transferred to a new assignment, and you're coming with me.
Well, what is the assignment, sir?
All spaceship research is being concentrated at a new base now being developed. You and I are going out there to help develop a fuel that will take a rocket to the moon.
I see. But where is the base, Professor Malcolm?
Oh, someplace in the west. I believe they call it Red Rock, Arizona.
Red Rock? The name seems awfully familiar to me. I wonder why.
This is the mysterious traveler. Well, time travel doesn't seem to be all it's been painted. Especially if you can't remember what's happened when you get back. You aren't worried about the future, are you? You know that tonight's story couldn't possibly happen. Or could it? Oh, you have to get off now. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
And now a final message from the Ford dealers of America. The car everyone's talking about is the 1950 Ford. Listen to what Mr. Leonard Boren, purchasing agent, one of over 420,000 new Ford owners, said about the new 50 Ford.
A purchasing agent's business is to know a lot about quality, about the things which mean real satisfaction. I've purchased a number of 50 Fords for my company, and they're doing a real job for us. They're dependable, easy riding, economical, easy to park, and a real quality car all through. On top of that, the 50 Ford certainly has eye appeal. I believe the 50 Ford is the best value in its class.
Yes, satisfied owners agree. For flashing big car performance and luxurious comfort, the new Ford is tops in its field. This great car brings you real economy, too. Economy of operating cost and economy of upkeep. And when trade-in time comes, high resale value. So, before you buy any car, at any price, visit your local Ford dealer and test drive the big new Ford.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Make mad the guilty and appall the free. Confound the ignorant and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. This quotation from Shakespeare's Hamlet could well have been written about tonight's unsolved mystery, the mystery of the Chinaman's cell. The scene is a wide-flung plantation bungalow high up on the slopes of Mauna Kea in Hawaii. Far below the rolling slopes, the blue Pacific sparkles through the green of the palm trees. Above, the volcano tints the cloudless sky in the reflected red from the crater, Hale Maumau, Pele's house of everlasting fire. On the lanai of the bungalow facing the tennis courts, the guests are sitting watching the play. Their host, Jim Ferguson, turns to face them as their laughter dies down.
So you fellas don't believe in haunted houses?
Well, I don't, Jim. I believe that there's an explanation for everything.
Well, isn't a ghost an explanation for a haunted house?
Oh, you have a champion, Jim. Are you really serious, Betty?
Yes, I'm serious. You see, both Jim and I have reason to believe in ghosts and haunted houses, haven't we, Jim?
Not only reason to believe in them, but reason to thank them, or him, or it, depending upon how one feels inclined to refer to a ghost.
Well, why have we never heard of this before, Betty? Been keeping secrets from your school-day chums, have you? Well, I never mention it in company because I don't like to remind Jim of it.
And I avoid the subject because I don't like to have Betty thinking too much about it. You see, some of our Japanese help, and the Hawaiians, too, are really quite superstitious, and, well, it doesn't do for them to realize that their boss is a believer in the same sort of thing. Stupid reasoning, isn't it? But it seems to work that way.
Now, don't go into a lengthy talk on keeping up appearances just to sidetrack our inquiries about that haunted house.
Oh, but it isn't a haunted house.
Well, what is it, then?
I suppose I'd better tell them.
You might as well, since you've managed to get yourself in as deeply as you have.
Well, when I first came out to the islands, things were a good bit different. No electric lights in the plantation houses, no automobiles. Everyone rode horseback, and going visiting was an adventure. I was auditor at one of the bigger plantations, and Betty was teaching school. We were rather fond of one another, even at that early stage in the proceedings. One Monday morning, I arrived down at the mill to find an excited group. Japanese, Portuguese, Hawaiians, everybody standing before what's up? What's the matter? What pilikia, Toma?
Oh, Toma, the pilikia. From the trouble got. Some man breaks into store and stealing money.
The dickens, you say?
Hey, wait a minute there. Who are you? Where you going?
I'm the auditor. Oh, hello there, Mr. Watkins.
The manager, Mr. Watkins, here, tells me that you're the only man who has access to the safe.
But I'm not. Mr. Watkins has access to the safe.
How dare you? What do you mean by implying that I stole the money?
Didn't you imply that I stole it when you told the sheriff that I was the only one who had access to the safe? You've got keys to the safe, too.
But my keys are in the safe.
I think you better come along with me, Mr.
Jim Ferguson.
All right, come along. See you later, Mr. Watkins.
Off to jail marches Jim Ferguson. A preliminary hearing decides that he must stand trial. Time drags by on leaden feet, and time is passing is made less bearable by the knowledge that everyone on the plantation believes Jim Ferguson guilty. Everyone, that is, but Betty. And one night, quite late, Jim hears the clanging of the outer gate and hollow ring of footsteps approaching down the long, stone-flagged corridor leading to his cell.
Why, Betty.
Hush, Jim. Not so loud, dear. The sheriff wants to talk to you.
Oh, yes, Sheriff?
Young fella, I don't know whether or not you're guilty.
Oh, he's not. I know he's not.
Oh, thanks, Betty.
Well, it's as I say. I don't know. Well, I have my doubts. I want you to do something for me.
I'll do anything. Anything at all.
All right. I want you to change cells. I want to put you in the old cell block. It's damp and it's uncomfortable, but it'll only be for one night.
But what's the idea?
Please do as the sheriff asks, Jim.
All right.
And one other thing. I don't want you to open your mouth tonight. Don't say a word.
Oh, I'm not likely to. There isn't anyone to talk to.
But I'm having some guests visiting the prison in a few moments. Friends of yours. And that's why I'm warning you. No matter what happens, don't you say one word.
I won't.
Come on, then. We gotta hurry. In here.
Well, it is cold and damp here.
Well, goodbye for now, Jim.
Goodbye, dear.
Come on, Miss Betty. They'll be here any moment.
Puzzled as to what the sheriff has in mind, Jim Ferguson stands in his cell, gripping the bars and staring out into the moon-flooded jail yard. Beyond the high jail wall, a group of Hawaiians strum their ukuleles, while the sheriff and Betty stand on the jail steps awaiting the arrival of their guests.
Well, there we are, Sheriff.
Come right into the jail. It's got to be a first time for everything, you know.
How many prisoners, Sheriff?
11.
Is that all?
Hey, we don't have much crime here. We only built this new block because the old one is uncomfortable. Not because we needed more room.
How old is the old block?
About 70 years. It's built of blocks of lava. Now, here's where we go through the lock. All clear.
Oh, all the doors open at one time.
Now, step inside.
I thought you were coming with me. With us, Betty.
The sheriff asked me. I hated to refuse.
You'll go back with me?
Let's wait and see.
You see, it's really quite a comfortable jail. Jails go. Now we go through this way, the old cell block.
Anyone in there now?
Yep, Jim Ferguson.
Oh, let's go in and see him.
There he is in that cell next to the Chinaman cell.
Chinaman cell?
Yep, it's haunted.
Whoever heard of a cell being haunted?
Well, this one is.
What fun, a haunted cell.
What rubbish. I'm surprised at you, Sheriff, believing in that stuff.
Perhaps. But no one yet's been able to stay a night in it.
Imagination. Pure imagination.
Dare you to go in?
Who, me?
Yes, dare you to. Unless you take me to the dance Saturday, if you do.
That's a bargain.
All right, Sheriff. Open her up. I'm not afraid of your ghosts.
I'm warning you.
Rot. Open up.
Watkins steps into the Chinaman's cell. The guests turn and leave. The moon sinks until only a slender beam of ghostly light shines over the empty jail yard. In a moment, that too is gone. Blackness. Walls, cell bars, passageway all merge into one black, yawning void. What was that? Watkins starts and peers into the darkness. A light. A bluish, phosphorescent light, moving slowly across the front of the cell. A lantern? Yes, a lantern. Carried by a yellowed, wrinkled hand. But there's nothing else. No arm, no body. Only a hand. A hand that lays the lantern down. Twisted, gnarled, crooked fingers. Yellow fingers. Ghostly fingers reaching out. Out.
Let me out. Let me out. They've gone. Left me alone. Help! Let me out. It's coming closer. Twisting, groping. Let me out. Let me out. I'll confess. I did it. I took the money. I'll admit anything, only let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the Chinaman's cell.
Stay tuned. We'll solve this unsolved mystery right after this short break. And now, back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution for which you have been waiting. We return to the Lanai before Jim Ferguson's house, where the guests await an explanation.
That certainly was an experience.
You see, the sheriff didn't really believe Jim guilty. Not after I told him that Watkins had been paying attention to me.
And Betty was certain that Watkins took the money to get me sent to jail and out of the way.
But the Chinaman's cell, I don't understand it.
The sheriff told us that a Chinaman guilty of murder and waiting execution hanged himself in that cell.
What of it?
Well, any time the sheriff wanted to get a confession, he placed his suspect in that cell, and before long they were shrieking to get out.
Oh, so yours wasn't the only experience?
Oh, by no means. All in all, the sheriff has obtained over 70 confessions that way.
Even if the person put into the cell doesn't know about the Chinaman's suicide?
It makes no difference, apparently.
Oh, but there must be a logical explanation.
Let me read you extracts from the papers of the Society for Psychical Research, Volume 15, page 64. While inquirers believe that the appearances are due to the agency of spirits of the dead, they usually suppose the method to be a telepathic impact on the mind of the living by some automatic projection from a consciousness which has its center elsewhere. I end the quotation. But here's an interesting remark in the Encyclopedia Britannica. The cases abundantly offered in the proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research suggest that certain localities, more than others, are centers of permanent possibilities of being hallucinated in a manner more or less uniform.
So, by Jove, even science admits the so-called ghost.
Yes, and even if science didn't, I do. I saw it working on Watkins, and that's all the proof I need.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Three more doses, and then the end. Either I must remain forever hidden from the sight of men, or go out and meet my punishment on the gallows.
Oh, it's impossible. It can't be true.
Oh, I used to say that too. But now I know there's no escape. At any hour of the night or day,
I feel the horrible shuddering that warns me of the coming of Hyde. If I fall asleep, I always wake as Hyde. He creeps on me if I leave myself unguarded for a moment. He plays the most fiendish tricks on me. I have no peace, no soul of my own. He possesses me like a demon, which only the power of the drug can drive out. And soon, I won't have that.
But there must be more. Where did you get it before?
I got it from a wholesale chemist several years ago.
And have you asked them for more?
I've had every chemist in England searching for it. It was a rare kind of mineral salt that came from the Ural Mountains.
And can't they get any more?
They can. They can supply me with unlimited quantities, but it's useless. It doesn't have the least effect.
But why? Isn't it the same?
Well, they swear it is. I can only conclude that the first lot I had was imperfect, in some way that no one knows anything about. There was another element mixed with the essential salts. What it was, I haven't the slightest idea. But it was that mysterious, unknown chemical that gave me the power to split myself in two, and without which I am lost.
You mustn't give up. We'll find some more.
But when? The amount I've left will last me at most another 2 days. And that's only if I remain awake the whole time and never relax my vigilance for an instant.
Oh, Henry, my dear, my dear.
When the end comes, Helen, the thought of your bravery and loyalty will be the last thoughts to sustain me. Nothing could have been more fine, nor nobler than you. But I'm afraid for you. You must go. I can't tell you of the baseness of the creature I become when Hyde possesses me. There are thoughts of you, but... Oh, don't let us speak of that. One thing is certain. You must go.
You mean now?
Yes, now, at once. At any moment I may cease to be the man you know.
I can't leave you alone like this.
Oh, don't ignore what I say. You must go. I insist on it. Pack your things. I've already told my coachman to have the carriage waiting for you. He'll take you to your mother's house. Tomorrow, he'll call again and take you to the train. I'll make all the arrangements for you to stay at my house in Norfolk. It's yours. I've made out the deeds. I want you to live there as long as you like.
But
Don't say anything. There's no time for explanations. I've done what I could in the little time that's left. It comforted me a little to feel that I could provide for you and make you free from want for the rest of your life.
And now, you want me to go?
You must.
This is farewell.
It has to be. Goodbye, my love. Think of me. And pray for me.
Day and night. And if you send for me, no matter when or where...
Never. I forbid you to come. You must never come near me. It would be Hyde who sent the message. After tomorrow, there shall be no more of Henry Jekyll this side of eternity.
Him.
Oh, see who?
The skylark. See, he's right above us. Just like a tiny speck in the blue.
Oh, darling, if Jenny Lind herself were floating around singing arias, I'm far too lazy to get excited.
If you don't get out and hurry, we'll be late for dinner. Do you know how touchy old Mrs. Harris is over her cooking? She's promised a steak and kidney pudding, too.
It's only 12 o'clock.
Oh, but we've got about 4 miles to walk back to the village. Oh, it's such lovely country. I don't want to have to hurry.
All right. Oh, dear. Pull me up.
Pull you up?
Certainly. You may be on your honeymoon, Mrs. Lanyon, but it's time you started on your wifely duties. Come on, pull.
Oh, you great lazy brute.
Oh, look.
There now. See what you've done? Oh, I've fallen backwards into a gorse bush. Oh, help me out.
All in good time. You look quite charming sitting there.
Oh, have you ever sat in a gorse bush?
I've got vivid recollections of a patch of Scotch thistles. Oh, come on, up you get. Come on.
Dr. Lanyon.
Hello. Who's that calling down there?
I don't know. How funny he looks dressed up in that long frock coat.
Looks like somebody's butler on a day off. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. It couldn't be.
Couldn't be what?
I had a funny idea that he was Henry Jekyll's butler, Poole. Well, that's impossible.
What'd he be doing up here at the English Lakes?
Perhaps he's on a honeymoon, too.
Who? Oh, he's a respectable father of 5 bouncing young Britons.
Well, he seems to be very excited over something, whoever he is. He's waving something in his hand and climbing the hill for all he's worth.
Well, let's go down and meet him. Then I get there first. Come on.
Oh, no, wait. You're right. It is Pooh.
Oh, don't be silly.
It is. I caught a glimpse of his face, and he looked up a moment ago. There. Don't you see?
Great Scott. So it is. What on earth is he doing up here?
Perhaps something's happened down in London.
Why should he come all the way up here to tell us about it? Let's go quickly. I don't like the look of it. There must be something very much the matter to drag Poole out of his native haunts. Give me your hand. We'll take the short cut down the slope.
Oh, Dr. Lanyon, sir. Thank heaven I found you.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I've come all the way to tell you. I tried to put it in a letter, but it didn't seem possible.
What didn't? What's the matter?
I don't know, sir, and that's the plain truth. But it's Dr. Jekyll. There is something happened to him. I don't know what it is.
For heaven's sake, man, put it in words. Is he ill? Has he disappeared?
No, sir. He's at home. Or he was when I left. But he shut himself up in the inner room of his laboratory, and he won't come out.
What?
I know you'll find it hard to believe, sir. That's why I didn't feel that writing a letter was any use. I had to tell you myself.
Well, sit down and tell me. Nancy, you don't mind if we're a little late for Mrs. Harris's beefsteak pudding?
Oh, of course not. This is far more important.
Oh, indeed, ma'am. You don't know how urgent. Something's happened to the master, though what it is, heaven alone knows.
Now, start at the beginning, Poole, and tell us all you know.
Well, you know the doctor's way, sir. How he likes to shut himself away in that room and work on his experiments. Well, I didn't take no notice for the first few days. And then when he wrote a note telling me to put his food on a tray and leave it outside the door, and on no account to stay there or allow anyone to come near the place, I began to get worried and no mistake.
But why should he want his food put on a tray?
I don't know, sir. Unless it was that he didn't want to see or be seen by anyone.
This is fantastic. You're not imagining all this.
I only wish I was. Look, I brought the note to show you. Read it for yourself.
Put my food on a tray outside the door of my laboratory. As soon as you have done this, go away at once and do not return under any pretext whatever for at least an hour. In addition to this, do not allow any other person besides yourself to come near the building. These are my explicit instructions and must not be disobeyed. Henry Jekyll. Oh, good heavens.
You see, sir.
And what's happening while you're away?
Well, I had to take a chance. I felt I couldn't get along without your help, Dr. Lanyon. So I got my wife to take the food across. I know the doctor will be angry, but I can't help that.
Tell me the rest.
Well, sir, it's nearly a week now since he last came out. I can't tell you the awful feeling that's been over us all. We've been creeping round the house as though someone died. 2 of the maids gave notice. I've given orders for lights to be kept burning all night.
But that's all nonsense. The doctor probably engaged in some very difficult work. He just doesn't want to be disturbed.
Oh, I wish I could think that, Mrs. Lanyon, and that's the truth.
And what do you think has happened?
It's my belief, sir. There's been foul play.
Foul play? What on earth do you mean?
Oh, I daren't name it, sir. But I beg of you that you'll come back to London right away and help me find out.
Of course I'll come back with you. But tell me what you mean. All this sounds like some sort of nightmare.
That's just what it is, sir. The sort of thing that makes you wake up in the night in a cold sweat of fear. I tell you, sir, there's not one of us who'd venture across that courtyard and into the little building after darkness falls. Not if you was to give us £1,000.
But why? Why?
Wait till you've heard. Though I hope for your sake that you never will.
Well, heard what?
The dreadful cries and the moans that come out through the door. All this week, him or it or whatever it is that hides in that room has been crying night and day for some sort of medicine and cannot get it. Every time I go there with the food, I find sheets of people lying waiting for me. Every one of them telling me to go to some chemist to try and find the drug he wants.
Have you got one of those notes?
Yes. Here it is.
This is written in the doctor's hand. I know it anywhere.
That's true, sir.
And what happens when you take it to the chemist?
Oh, they're sick of the sight of me, one and all. They tell me they've sent what he asked for, but he returns it, saying it's not the right sort. Don't you see what's written at the bottom of the note I've given you? For God's sake, find me some of the old.
Yes, it's a strange note, but it was written by the doctor, and that proves he's still alive.
He was when it was written. But what does that tell us? Dr. Lanyon, I've seen him.
Seen him? What do you mean?
It's the belief in my heart that there's been murder done.
Murder?
That can't be possible.
Dr. Lanyon, I pray with all my heart that you are right. But I'm mortally afraid. The creature that I saw that day in the shadows of the laboratory was none other than the man who murdered Mr. Utterson 6 months ago. The dreadful Edward Hyde.
To hear a story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Ray Milland in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents The Log of the Marne, a true story concerning a British gunboat trapped by communist fire 140 miles from help, starring Mr. Ray Milland.
Hi, Harlow. What's that?
Why, Hap, that's my Autolite Stay Full battery, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Looks like a sure starter, Harlow.
Dependable as a die, Hap. And what's more, it's famous among car owners everywhere, because the Autolite Stay Full needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. And it gives longer life, too, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Sounds like a winning combination to me, Harlow.
Right you are, Hap, and you can get one at your nearest Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries. To quickly find his name, just call Western Union by number
and ask for Operator 25. That's me, and I'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer where you can have your battery checked this week.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with The Log of the Marne and the performance of Mr. Ray Milland, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Log entry, HMS Marne, entered this day by Lieutenant Commander James G. Harland, officer in command. According to statements by surviving officers and men, the situation of the vessel during the morning, 20th of June, 1949, was as follows. Marne was proceeding west in the Mingqiang River on a routine supply mission from Fuchao to Yenping. According to edicts issued by the Chinese People's Liberation Army, Marne had more than 14 hours of grace in which to reach her destination. But at 20 minutes past 9, the Communist land battery opened fire. The second shell struck the wheelhouse. 3 of the 5 men there were killed. All communication to and from the wheelhouse was destroyed, and the Marne immediately went off course. Meanwhile, 2 consecutive direct hits were suffered by the bridge. All personnel there, including the captain, were either killed or wounded. 2nd in command, Lieutenant Bennett Moore, in spite of shell fragments in his right lung and side, alone on the bridge, had control of his faculties until the arrival of Lieutenant Hugh Fraser.
Fraser reporting, sir. Good Lord, Moore. I'm all right. I've assumed command, Fraser. I'm glad to be here. The captain dead? Not yet. How about the others? Some of them, yes. We're off course, Fraser. I can't contact the wheelhouse. Signal the engine room, will you? Full speed astern, boat. Right. Full speed astern, boat. Get a bearing on the battery. We'll return fire. No response from the engine room, Moore. We'll try again, quickly. We'll run aground. It's no use, Moore. They don't answer. Something's been damaged. Why is this happening? Why did they fire on us? Try the transmitting station. Bridge, TS. Bridge, TS. Bridge, transmitting station. Nothing. No communication at all. Everything's gone. We haven't fired one round back. I'll try to get down to the engine room. Yes, I can. It's no use, Fraser. No use. We're going aground.
15 minutes after the attack was opened, Marne was aground. Neither A guns nor B guns were able to bear on target since her stern was toward the battery. Consequently, X gun was ordered at local control. There was no care for the wounded. The sick bay had been hit. The medical officer and his assistant killed. X-gun got off 3 rounds, then it was hit. The entire gun crew being killed. Small arms were issued since they were the only remaining weapons.
When, sir? You seen the president, Bennett? Yes, sir. I think he's just forward. Thank you. Moore? Oh, yes, Fraser. Over here. Right. How are you feeling? I'm all right. Oh, it's 50 caliber. I wish they would send boarders, and they'd stop firing. I don't expect them now. They would have sent them. They seem to have decided to reduce us to wreckage. Think we can abandon ship for the wounded? Get to the national side of the river. No, there aren't enough lifeboats left. They've seen to that, the rotten... So they've stopped. Oh, why shouldn't they? Look what they've done to us.
June 21st, the following day, I received orders in Hong Kong to proceed by air to Marne and to take along medical supplies and a medical officer, Lieutenant Robert Lamb. Our Sunderland was fired upon as we landed. Although we sustained enough damage to make it impossible to transfer all of the supplies, we considered ourselves fortunate to have half aboard when the flying boat was forced to leave. It was put to immediate use by the M.O. and I was taken to the officer in command.
In here, sir.
Oh, yes.
We've had to use the radar room as a command center, sir. Almost everything else has been knocked out.
I see. I shall want a complete report on the condition of the ship after I speak to Moore.
Yes, sir.
Do you think he's fit to carry on, Fraser?
Oh, no, sir, no. I'm surprised that he's still alive. He's not able to stand now.
Oh, poor devil.
Here we are, sir.
Who is it?
It's Fraser, Bennett.
Oh. I heard a plane, didn't I? I'm sure I did.
Yes. Sunderland brought a doctor and medicine, Bennett. This is Lieutenant Commander Harland, Lieutenant Moore.
Oh, don't try Moore.
Oh, thank you, sir.
The C&C asked me to convey his admiration for what you've done, Moore.
Oh, thank you, sir. Do I understand that I'm being relieved of my command?
Good Lord, you've done all you can. You're in no condition to go on.
I'm all right, sir. I feel much better than I did yesterday.
I'm sorry, Moore. My orders are to assume command. I can't do anything else.
Yes, sir.
Now, Fraser, I should like to meet with the other executive officers.
There's only one now, sir.
Oh?
Phil's died this morning. There's only Alden and myself now, sir.
I see. Then I shall want to meet him if you could suggest a place.
This is Lieutenant Alden, sir.
How do you do, sir? Oh, how do you do? Sit down, won't you?
Thank you, sir.
You've had quite a go.
Yes, sir.
I don't think any of us would mind if we knew the reason behind it.
We were told that the communists had promised us 14 hours to reach Yenping.
They had. So we were entirely within our right, but they fired on us.
There's been no explanation. Dispatches were sent to their headquarters immediately we received your message. When were you shelled last?
This morning, when we were sending some of the wounded ashore to the nationalists.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, sir. They sent a junk out last night, and we asked them to come back at dawn with some more boats.
They told us they'd see them safely to Foochow, but the men who really need help couldn't go. They were too torn up to live through the journey.
How many did you send?
42, sir.
How many seriously wounded are there?
35, sir.
And how many dead?
31, sir.
Your original complement was 149.
Yes, sir. There are 41 of us left.
I see. But we still have power.
Oh, yes, sir. They fared quite well below decks. But the communication between the bridge and the engine room was knocked out.
Is there anyone aboard who can repair it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, yes, Fraser. Lillies has left.
Oh, I wasn't sure, sir.
He can do it. Are you going to try to refloat her, sir? And make a run for it?
Refloat her, if possible, yes. I'd like to be ready to make a run for it if we're ordered to. What about the guns?
They're all gone, sir.
What about fuel?
Depends on how long we stay, sir. We were to refuel in Yenping.
I'm afraid navigation will be a bit of a problem, sir. The charts were burned.
Well, we shall have to do with what we have, won't we?
Yes, sir.
Then I'd like every available man put to work at once on the foredeck. I'd like everything that is heavy and can be broken loose moved aft. In the meantime, I want any water ballast and all the fuel oil in the forward tanks pumped out.
Over the side, sir?
Yes. I think the loss of fuel oil at the moment is not as important as getting Marne afloat again. June 22nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th were required to repair communications and lighten the bow. Small arms fire raked the decks occasionally and reminded us that the communists were watching our every move. Hoping to put them off guard, I therefore halted all activity until the 2nd of July, and then shortly after midnight, assisted by a moonless night, we raised steam and backed off to anchor without incident. Morale improved immediately. July 15th. An attempt to shift our berth was answered by a 30-minute barrage. It was obvious that the communists would destroy us if we tried to leave. July 18th. Shortly after midday, communist forces were seen crossing the river below us against no nationalist resistance of any kind. Later that same day, they crossed above us as well, and we realized that we were completely cut off. I ordered all ventilation shut off to conserve fuel. July 20th. After a month had passed, we had our first direct contact with the communists. A Major Kung requested me to come ashore to talk with him. I accepted his invitation and met him in a hut a short distance from the river.
I wish to make it clear that your ship will not be molested if she does not move, and that there is no more trouble from your ship.
Trouble?
You realize that this would not have happened if you had not fired first.
I think you're mistaken. You fired first, and I would appreciate safe passage down the river.
I cannot grant you a safe passage. It is up to my superiors. But first, you must admit that you fired first.
July 26th. To conserve our already meager food stores, officers and men were put on half rations. One refrigerator was put out of service to save more fuel. On July 28th, I again met Major Kung.
I talked to my superiors. They tell me you give you a safe passage down the river.
Oh. Well, I'm happy to hear that.
You are not too unhappy aboard your ship?
No, not at all.
But you would like to go down the river?
Yes. Especially since you have absolutely no reason to hold us here.
I can give you safe passage if the British side will acknowledge that they invaded Chinese waters without the authority of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. This will be a document.
The word invaded cannot be used. It is the most serious word to use.
There may be some difference between the Chinese wording and the English wording. I am speaking of the Chinese wording.
The word invade means to commit a hostile act, which we did not do. You cannot use the word invade.
Do you admit that your ship was guilty of entering the river?
Guilty of entering the river? It was not a guilty act, and you cannot use the word invade. It means that we are at war, and we are not. We are a friendly nation and always have been.
If you do not wish to cooperate, I suggest that we leave this until a later meeting.
I insist that we continue this discussion.
Then you are ready to admit the British guilt.
I think the subject at hand is your guilt. You are holding a British ship and British subjects under the threat of destruction. You are causing great suffering. Lack of fuel oil has caused me to stop the ventilation system in midsummer. My food is spoiling because I can't run the refrigerators. There's a danger that even drinking water will be unavailable. You are responsible for the condition of that ship and the welfare of the officers and men.
Then you do admit British guilt?
I do not.
Then I suggest that we leave this for a later meeting. I warn you, too. If you move the ship, every effort will be made to destroy it.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ray Milland in The Log of the Marne, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap, what's the surest thing in the world?
You got me, Harlow.
Why, starting your car if you've got an Autolite Stay Full battery. Hap, it's tops in dependable starting power.
And it needs water only 3 times a year, eh, Harlow?
Right. Only 3 times a year in normal car use. That's because the Autolite Stay Full has 3 times the liquid reserve of ordinary batteries. And the Autolite Stay Full gives longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
There's not a better battery built.
And it's carried by your neighborhood Autolite battery dealer. He services all makes of batteries and has special test equipment. If a new battery is needed, he also has an Autolite Stay Full for your car. So take a tip from me. See your Autolite battery dealer this week. To quickly find his name, just telephone Western Union by number.
And ask for Operator 25. That's me, and I'll gladly tell you the location of your nearest Autolite battery dealer.
And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ray Milland in Elliot Lewis's production of The Log of the Marne, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Months of July and August were taken up with trying to maintain life in an all-but-dead ship and in pointless, decisionless meetings with the communists. I, over and over again, repeated my demands for oil. They repeated their demands that I admit British guilt. By September 9th, conditions aboard were quite serious. Officers and men were without any of the conveniences afforded by a modern ship, and they were almost without food. Morale was at its lowest ebb when I heard a shout from the deck.
Coming down the river. I think they're carrying oil.
Captain Harlan, I think they're giving us our oil.
It was Admiralty fuel seized by the communists when they took Yenping. They charged more than £400 for its delivery, but it put life into Marne. The drums were brought aboard by hand pulley and emptied in almost dried tanks. Everyone, officers and men, buckled down to the job. It took 11 hours, and when it was finished, every man on the ship was exhausted, but happier than they'd been for 100 days.
Good morning, sir. You sent for me?
Yes, come in, Fraser.
Yes, sir.
How How much fuel oil did we take aboard last night?
296 drums, sir. That's approximately 56 tons.
Yes, well, that should do us nicely.
Oh, yes, sir, it already has. Ventilation's running again. It reached 136 degrees in the engine room yesterday.
Yes, I know it was uncomfortable. Fraser, I'd like to have you arrange a working party.
Yes, sir?
I want the anchor cable lashed with bedding. But first, I want the bedding to be soaked thoroughly in soft soap and grease.
The anchor cable?
Yes. Every time the ship swings at her moorings, the cable screeches and scrapes. It's rather getting on my nerves.
After more than 3 months, it's getting on your nerves, sir?
That's what I want you to tell the men. Fraser, look, old boy, I'm going to break out tonight.
Yes, sir.
When you put your men to work, bring Alden, Lillis, Lamb, and Nisbet. I'll explain the reasons for my decision. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of 30th of July, I conferred with the 2 executive officers, the medical officer, engine room artificer Lillis, and the senior telegraphist Nisbet. I want to break out tonight at 10. I've asked you here so I could tell you my reasons why we should. And I want you to give me any reasons why we should not.
Oh, I think all of us have had enough of this, sir.
Yes. The delivery of fuel last night was important for 2 reasons. One, at least 47 tons of fuel will be needed to drive us to the open sea. They gave us 56 tons, which really leaves little to spare.
That's right, sir.
Tonight will be the last one for a month, with the phase of the moon right for a breakout. The moon is due to set at 11 o'clock. Now, I've decided to slip away at 10, accepting 1 hour of the waning moon as an unavoidable handicap. Now, we'll need every minute of time if we hope to get past the big guns at Liang Kong before dawn. Now, rains farther inland have raised the river, and traveling by night without a river pilot, we'll need all the water there is to get us over the mudflats. Lillis.
Yes, sir?
If we come under fire, I shall ask for smoke, understand?
Yes, sir. I think everything's in tip-top shape below decks. We'll do the best we can, sir.
Good. Nisbet.
Yes, sir?
Wireless silence will be enforced until I'm ready to send a message. Then only flash procedure will be used.
Yes, sir.
Lamb and Fraser.
Yes, sir.
I want to make Marne as splinter-proof as possible. Now, see to it that the wireless office, the bridge, and the habitable mess decks are sandbagged. If we haven't enough sand, use mattresses or cushion covers or canvas kit bags, anything.
Yes, sir.
Now, make your preparations as soon as possible, but do no work on deck until after dark. I don't want you to be seen. Alden, grease all the bright work to cut reflection. Now, you can do that during daylight. After dark, break out canvas and stretch it from the superstructure fore and aft to change our silhouette.
Very good, sir.
Now then, if we are hit and sinking, I will beach the ship if it's possible to save lives. The ship's company will get ashore. Then, I will blow up Marne. If disaster does come, your main object is to reach Fuchao or escape in junks to the open sea. Any questions?
No questions, sir. Just one, sir. I wonder what old Major Kung will say tomorrow when he's dipped to private.
Well, don't underestimate our Major Kung, Fraser. It's entirely possible that he arranged the oil delivery so that we would break out, so they'd have a chance to destroy us.
Oh, I see, sir.
However, pass the word along to the ship's company. And good luck to you all. I hope we make it. At least we'll have a devil of a good shot at it. At 7, I ordered steel helmets to be issued to the men who would be stationed on the upper deck. At 9, I climbed to the bridge to accustom my eyes to the darkness. At 3 minutes past 10, we prepared to leave.
Engine room reports are ready, sir.
Good. Order them to obey telegraphs.
Yes, sir. Engine room, obey telegraphs.
Rudder and midships, Winster.
Midship, sir.
Half ahead port.
Half ahead port, sir.
Slip anchor cable.
Slip cable, sir. Slip cable. Not a sound, sir. Not a splash.
Half astern starboard.
Half astern starboard, sir.
Hard starboard.
Hard starboard. Hard starboard it is, sir.
Steady as she goes.
Steady as she goes.
Sir. Yes, Fraser?
The funnel, sir. Spewing sparks.
Oh, blast it. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. We've started.
They'll see that if they aren't blind, sir. Shall I order alarm?
Not yet. Port 15.
Port 15, sir.
Steady now.
Steady, sir.
Well, we've got round. Half ahead both, 10 knots.
Half ahead both, 10 knots, sir. I don't think they see us. I don't think they do.
It did seem that our departure had gone unnoticed. We passed downstream quietly and without trouble for 15 minutes. But then a flare illuminated the river.
Went up from shore, sir.
Yes, Shriekau. Probably control point. Another battery, too.
There, sir. Off the port bow. Is that a vessel?
Yes. Yes, it's a patrol craft. Keep it 15 port, Winster.
Yes, sir.
Read the depth reports, Alden. We're closing the beach.
Yes, sir.
Patrol vessel, Fraser.
No, sir. Land battery. There, sir. See the flash?
Yes. Full ahead, both.
Go ahead, sir.
What's the depth, Alden? Give me the readings.
6 fathoms. 6 fathoms. 5.5 fathoms. 5.5
What's the patrol vessel going to do? Set a crash course in that ship and steer into her.
Into her, sir?
I want to pass as closer as possible. We'll smother her guns. One thing, Fraser. Our trip is no longer secret.
No, sir. The gas's blown, all right. I wish 140 miles lay behind us instead of ahead. But it's better than sitting still, sir.
Just a bit of starboard wheel now, Winster.
Aye, sir.
We passed Shriekau without sustaining damage. Shortly before 1 in the morning, still at full speed, we passed Kaining under much the same conditions. At 3 o'clock, Langsha. But from the outset, I had dreaded the final problem of passing under the 9-inch guns at Liangkong. Searchlights probing the darkness told us before we reached it that they knew we were coming and were waiting. Our only advantage was the breadth of the river at its mouth, and we used it, hugging the north bank and chancing 3 fathom water. I remember that the cool air of the open sea seemed almost tantalizing and unreal. We reached a point directly across from the fort, and one of their searchlights found us. Give me smoke. Take as much black smoke as you can.
Right, sir. Make black smoke as much as you can.
Starboard 20, Winster. Starboard 20.
Starboard 20, sir.
Zigzag. Keep them from getting a fix on us. 5 seconds to starboard, 5 seconds to port. Count them yourself. Count them aloud if you like.
Aye, aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, port.
Give me the depth, Alden.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8.5, 5, starboard. 8.5 fathoms, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 30 seconds, sir. 3, give us that and I think we'll be safe. 5,
make more smoke.
Starboard. Make more smoke. 1.5 fathoms, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 fathoms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hong Kong is half speed ahead, both.
Yes, sir. Hard speed ahead, both.
I'm going to the wireless room.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Nisbet.
Hello, sir. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. It is good to feel her roll to the sea again. Nisbet, I want to send a signal to Commander-in-Chief.
Yes, sir.
Have rejoined the fleet.
Yes, sir.
God save the King. I think that's all, Nisbet.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Ray Milland.
Hey, Hap, did you hear about the meeting?
Oh, what meeting, Harlow?
Why, the meeting of our American truckers this week in Chicago. You know, Hap, trucking is one of our most important industries, and it's the lifeline of the more than 25,000 American communities which depend on trucks alone for the delivery of their necessities.
And that's not all.
Right you are, Hap, for those careful and competent cargo conveyors can claim an unequaled highway safety record.
Sure, with millions of accident-free miles every year.
And that great record is largely due to the American Trucking Association's never-ending safety campaign, which Autolite is proud to have assisted for over a decade. Autolite salutes the members of the American Trucking Associations and wishes them continued success as the world's finest drivers.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Richard Widmark in a dramatization of the most famous of all Texas feuds, a dramatic report we call The Hunting of Bob Lee. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. John Hodiak, Mr. Joseph Cotton, and Mr. John Lund, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morowek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Log of the Marne was based on the book by Lawrence Earl and was adapted for Suspense by Gil Dow.
A story based on actual events. To protect the innocent, names and places have been changed. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you Mr. Richard Widmark in a story taken from life. Tonight's presentation of Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents The Hunting of Bob Lee, the true story about the most famous of all Texas feuds, starring Mr. Richard Widmark. You're so right, Johnny Plugdeck. Cold weather is on its way. And now's the time to take your car to your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer for a change of oil, grease, some antifreeze.
And check those spark plugs, too.
Right, Johnny, because the spark plugs are the very heart of your car's ignition system. And when they're right, your chances of starting even in coldest weather are better than ever. If your spark plugs are worn out, then your Autolite spark plug dealer will install ignition-engineered, resistor-type or standard-type Autolite spark plugs for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. So prepare for cold weather driving now.
And check those spark plugs, too.
Yes, friends, see your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer this week. Just call Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. She'll quickly tell you the name and location of your nearest Autolite spark plug dealer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite. And now, with The Hunting of Bob Lee and the performance of Mr. Richard Widmark, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Wake up, darling Corey, and go get me my gun. I ain't no hand for trouble, but I'll die before I run.
Lee Ranch, Fannin County, June 26, 1868. Editors, Texas News, Bonham, Texas. Gentlemen, if you will permit me the use of your valuable columns, I would like to give you a true statement on what is known as the Pilot Grove difficulty. Notwithstanding, there's been no killing in the village except Dr. Pierce. But to begin, I was raised in this state. I came home from the war a hated man, merely because my fortunes had not suffered during the war as had those of my neighbors. And that was the basis for the hatred. I was too prosperous. They used my habit of dressing as an excuse for the first real trouble, for when I rode into the village, into Pilot Grove, I wore a black suit and a hat with a plume in it. It was that hat that started the trouble. They were waiting in front of Nelson's saloon.
Hold up, Lee. We want to talk with you.
Hold there. Hold there. What do you have to say to me?
We want to know who you are to be dressing like that. Are you lording it over us with your fancy suit and a plume in your hat?
Why should I lord it over anybody? I dress the way that pleases me.
No man would ever wear a hat like that. It's for a woman.
I'm wearing it, Evans.
We can see that.
That makes you worse than a woman.
Only one reason you wear it. You think you're better than us. Takes more than a plume to make you better. And I'll see the hat pulled down around your neck.
You want to try that, Evans?
I'll see it there.
You talk mighty brave, still up on your horse.
Then I'll get down. Oh, stand there. Whoa.
Don't take it from him, Evans.
Now, Evans, if you or any one of the rest of you think you can tell me how to dress, this is the time to begin.
Go ahead, Evans. We're behind you.
Don't take it from him, Evan. Shove a hat down his throat.
All right, I will.
Good boy, Evan. Get him now.
You got some dirt on your knees. Get him now, Evans. Pull him out from under that horse. Pull him out. Come on, he got skipped on. Move that horse. Come on.
Hold it.
Pull him out. Pull him out. Come on.
Whatever. Stand there.
The devil. Look at him.
He's dead, boys. Look at the back of his head.
Did you hear that, Lee?
I heard.
Evans is dead.
And you killed him, Lee.
He fell under my horse.
You knocked him out.
Sure you did.
It was a fair fight, and I knocked him down. Your sword was that way.
You killed him, Lee. And we'll get you for it.
He's not the only one who'll die in Pilot Grove. You can remember that, Lee. You pay for this. Isn't that right, boys?
That's right.
Dad, there's no sense in my talking to you. You all know it was a fair fight, but you built up a hate. And you'll think what you want to think. So do what you want to do. I'll be waiting.
You won't wait long.
You, Madison. You can give me back my hat. I want to say this strongly, gentlemen. I did not kill Hugh Evans. Those men knew I didn't, or they would have killed me then. They were all armed, but nobody drew a gun. So I left them and I rode back home where my wife and my brother waited for me.
Why did you fight, Bob? Why did you let them make you fight?
I had to, Corey.
Now hold still.
You shouldn't have, Bob. Now they got you Evans dead. Couldn't help that, Henry.
Hold still.
It's what they've been waiting for, something like this. Sometimes a man can't sit back.
Sometimes it's smarter to.
A man can't be insulted in the street and sit back. Now, I'm not a man for trouble. I came home to live in peace. They started this. I've done nothing that I wasn't pushed into.
The way they're thinking is you kill one of theirs, now they'll kill you if they can.
Then that's what they'll try. There's nothing I can do about the way they're thinking. But I'll wait for them. As this group of men had been known before to raid ranches for profit, I thought they might ride to mine if they were planning retaliation, however groundless. So I prepared accordingly. I sent my 3 ranch hands to take all the horses, saving 2, into Hyde a few miles away. And then at nightfall, with lamps unlighted, and with my wife afforded such protection as possible, my brother and I sat down with our rifles at open windows and waited. Now, these might seem to you, gentlemen, unnecessary precautions, but they would not seem so if you knew this band of cutthroats. However, we were relieved sometime after when we heard 2 horses approach the house, saw 2 men dismount in honesty near the front door.
The Union soldiers. What do they want?
I don't know, but put your rifle aside.
Who is it, Bob?
Union soldiers.
Why'd they come here?
We'll find out. Light another lamp, Corey. Evening, men.
We're looking for Bob Lee.
You found him. I'm Bob Lee. What do you want?
Stay here. I've come to take you to Sherman. I have orders to put you under arrest.
Put me under arrest.
For the murder of Hugh Evans.
That was no murder. It was a fair fight, and I knocked him down, but he died by accident.
You'll have a chance to say all that to my officers at Sherman. You'll come peaceably, won't you, Lee?
Of course I'll come peaceably.
Bob.
The Union Army is a just army, and I'll be treated fairly, Corey. That's more than I can expect from Boren and Deere and the others. Of course I'll go peaceably. In truth, I was anxious to yield myself to arrest because I knew that by fair trial, no army court could find me guilty of murder. So I surrendered in good faith, believing in right. But I was soon to learn that those two men who took me weaponless from my house were not Union troops at all. They were imposters with forged orders, shaming the uniform. And they turned me over to Boren and 10 or a dozen others in Choctaw Bottom, where I was summarily tied to a tree before a fire.
You can say what you want, Lee, but you'll be thanking us before we're done here.
I'll thank the day that sees the end of you, Boren. And you, Sam Beer and Wilson and Maddox, Lewis Peacock, all of you.
You might have seen your last one. Did you ever think of that?
Are you trying to scare me, Maddox? Because you don't. None of you do.
You want to get yourself killed, Lee?
Never mind, Maddox. Don't listen to him. We brought you here to give you a chance to live.
You give me a chance to live?
That's what I said. Ask the rest of the boys.
Now, what kind of talk is that? To give me a chance to live? You mean you think you hold the right to give anybody a chance to live? You're nothing but filth, all of you.
Filth, is it? I say kill him and be done with it.
Filth! This isn't the time for talk like that, Lee. Some of the boys would just as soon knock your brains out right now.
You don't hear me begging them not to.
Get it home, boys.
No, wait. Wait. We brought him here to give him a chance.
Well, then get it over with.
Now, listen to me, Lee. You want to live, don't you? You got a wife to live, but you're young. Man comes back from a war, he doesn't want to die.
Say what you have to say.
Blair there has a paper we're asking you to sign. If you don't sign it, we'll kill you here and now. Get in the firelight, Beer, and read it to him.
This is what those thieves demanded of me in their note. That I sign over to them a bill of sale upon my ranch. The buildings, the cattle and horses, and all other property. And that I promise payable on demand $2,000 in gold. And that I and my family leave the state forever. They threatened to kill me if I did not sign. And also to kill me if I failed to meet the demands. So balancing certain death against probable death in the future, I decided to give them my signature. But I forced myself to suffer their beatings and their insults for 3 long hours, so that they'd get no inkling of a plan that was in my mind. Now, after being released, I thought to set about proving the illegality of the note they held and turn the civil law upon the scoundrels. So in the company of my brother the next morning, I rode into Pilot Grove to inquire about legal counsel. Although we still sought peace, we went armed. I with 2 pistols and a rifle, my brother with 2 pistols. It so happened that I first stopped for information at Nelson's saloon. And in front of there, I saw one of the men from the night before, Jim Maddox. I didn't notice out there if he was armed, but he was not when he followed us in a few minutes later.
There he comes, Bob.
I'm unarmed, Lee.
I'm not starting to play, Maddox. But if you feel like backing up some of the things you said last night, I'll loan you a gun.
Come in to say I was sorry about that. The rest of the boys got me riled up. I sure didn't expect to see you in town this morning.
Well, I'm here. I came in to prove that note I signed isn't worth anything.
Be quiet, Bob.
And you can tell Boren and the others that if you've got enough brains to understand.
Well, that note wasn't my idea, Lee. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Then we've got nothing to talk about. Goodbye.
You talk too much, Bob.
I can't be driven by anybody.
This isn't a time for pride. You got to let them know. First chance you get, you came out on top last night. That's wrong, Bob. Maddox will get to Boren before...
You wanted me to...
Without a chance to draw, Maddox? That's no...
Bob. Bob. What'd you do, Bob? What'd you do?
Break
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Richard Widmark in The Hunting of Bob Lee. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Folks, winterize right now. Please do. And check those important spark plugs, too.
That's potent and pertinent patter, Johnny Plugcheck. Cold weather is coming fast, and it's not a bit too soon to have the oil and grease changed, antifreeze put in.
And check those spark plugs, too.
Right, Johnny, because when they're right, your chances of starting, even in coldest weather, are better than ever. So visit your Autolite spark plug dealer. His exclusive Autolite plug check indicator will instantly show you if your spark plugs are right for the cold, driving days ahead. If cleaning or adjustments are needed, he has the latest equipment to do the job quickly. If replacements are needed, he has resistor-type or standard-type Autolite spark plugs. They're ignition engineered for smoother performance, quick starts, and gas savings. And used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. So plan now to have your car winterized this week. And remember,
check those spark plugs, too.
Be sure. See your neighborhood Autolite spark plug dealer because from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Richard Widmark in Elliot Lewis's production of The Hunting of Bob Lee, a dramatic report well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Wake up, darling Corey, and
What I am writing you, gentlemen, is the truth. It was a cold-blooded shooting. The bullet entered one side of my face, tearing my cheek and breaking my jawbone. Came out on the other side of my head, just in front of my ear. Maddox left me for dead. And well I might be, had it not been for the time, the aid, and skill of the late Dr. Pierce, who I mentioned at the beginning. I may add here that this excellent person, later who nursed me in his own home, was later killed by this gang. He was murdered in the presence of his family for the reason that he saved my life. In time, I was well enough to return to my ranch, but my face will always be twisted by scars. My cattle had been stolen, one of my hands had been killed, and the other two frightened had sought work elsewhere. The difficulty had become a true feud. My wife had been removed to safety in Hunt County, and I was forced to take up arms myself.
I'll stand with you, whatever you say, Bob. We can't be hounded anymore.
I don't see how it can get any worse. Except for one thing, Henry. Once we start out, we can't come back here.
There's nothing to stay for anyway.
All right, then. We'll pack some food and blankets, ride out late this afternoon. It's sure the ranch is being watched, so we'll ride north, as though we're leaving. Then tonight, when we're clear, we'll cross over the Blackjack, come back the other way.
Where to, Bob?
I made a list, Henry, and I put Jim Maddox at the top. Under him, Sam Beer, and William Dixon, and Israel Boren, and Luke Peacock. It was at this time that my brother and I were first called outlaws. That is not now nor never was true. All we wanted was peace, and there was no law and order. We never killed an unarmed man, or never without giving a man a chance. Why, that first night when we got to the Maddox shack, he was alone there with his guns hung up. We could have killed him through the window. This is far enough. I want to go in alone.
I can see how you would.
Yeah, but he might remember my voice. If you knock on his door, and if he asks, you tell him you're John Baldock, that Boren sent you.
All right, Bob.
Step to the side when he opens.
Who's there? John Baldock. Boren sent me.
All right. Hey, what? I come to clear it up with you and me, Maddox.
I'm not armed.
You said that before. You'll put your gun on.
What if I won't?
Then I'll kill you where you stand. Put it on, you'll have a chance to draw. You don't have to watch me. Turn around. Buckle your gun on. Turn around so you can see where it is.
Bob?
It's all right. You tried to draw from where it was hanging. I think this is a night we'll remember, Henry. Sam Beer's next on the list. Then we moved into Jernigan Thicket for safety because Boren and Peacock and the others had enlisted aid from Kansas. Some 30 strong, we were told, hired killers. So we were forced to move by night. All right, Henry?
I'm all right. I look for him on the right side, you on the left.
We'll go in then. Bob, there. Move farther down while we can.
They see us now.
Sam Beer, William Dixon. The Lee brothers have come to clear it up with you and us.
What do you want, Lee?
We want you to stand up from your table and start a play so we won't have to kill you sitting there.
They're going to dump the table.
What are you going to do? Back to the door. You've heard what the Lees have had from these men. If they have any friends here, this is the time to speak up. One day about 12 after that, when my brother and I returned from hunting to the shack in Jernigan Thicket, we were surprised to see Israel Boren waiting for us, unarmed and with his hands in the air.
What does he want?
Hold back, boys. You can see I came in peace.
Then leave in peace, Boren. Whoa there. Hold, stand. Leave, Boren, and come back wearing your gun.
No. Wait, I came in peace.
Hold it. You've got no right to come in peace.
Bob, can't we hear what...
Henry! My brother was killed there in the thicket by rifles hidden in the brush. Boren and his hired gunmen took advantage of the fact that we always gave our enemies a chance and lured us in with an unarmed man. I killed Israel Boren after that, and I looked for Peacock, but I couldn't find him. And then I learned he put $1,000 on my head. And more gunmen came to hunt me from Kansas. I moved to Gibson Thicket, then to Thatcher. And there were so many men I could hardly move at all. And then finally, after 3 months, although I'd vowed that I'd die before I ran, I left the county and rode to see my wife.
Oh, Bob, what have they done? What have they done so that we can't be man and wife and live the way we want to live?
It's finished now. I've seen my brother killed, and I've avenged him. I've done what I can. I can't do any more.
There are things to do. There are places we can go. We started in Fan County. We can start someplace else.
Yes, we can. But I've one more thing I have to do, Carrie. I'll write a letter about this trouble we've had to the newspaper in Barnum. When the people read it, they'll know the truth. That I'm not a criminal. That I wanted peace. And I couldn't have it. And so I say in conclusion that I have done what I can to procure peace. I have been driven farther than most men, I think. And any violence I have done has been justified. And finally, I am still willing to surrender myself to any impartial civil authority at any time, since I know I am right. I'm sorry to take so much of your valuable time in your newspaper space, but a great many people have no idea of the true origin of all this trouble. I remain yours, Robert Lee.
There's no danger here, Bob. Are you sure?
If Peacock had followed, I'd have known. I'm sure, Corey. I'll post a letter, be back in 30 minutes.
Then we can talk about where we'll go.
Well, after 4 months, Corey, I think there should be much to talk about.
Oh, Bob.
You wait in the house.
Please hurry.
I will. You go inside. Come on, Corey. Come on.
Wake up, darling Corey, and go get me my gun. I ain't no hand for trouble, but I'll die before I run.
Suspense. A true story of the Old West. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Richard Widmark.
That was a powerful story, Richard Widmark. A Western drama we'll remember for a long time.
Thanks, Harlow. I really enjoyed playing Bob Lee. And may I thank the other members of the cast for their wonderful support. They were a great team.
Reminds me of the Autolite team, Dick, working together for better performance.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Yes, Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, and boats. And they're engineered to work together perfectly. Autolite makes a complete line of ignition-engineered spark plugs, both standard and resistor types. Autolite batteries, including the famous Autolite Stay Full. In fact, Autolite makes complete electrical systems. No wonder, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Joseph Cotton, as a man who, in a most unusual fashion, tried to clear himself of the suspicion of murder. A dramatic report we call The Trials of Thomas Shaw. In weeks to come, we shall also present Mr. John Hodiak, Mr. John Lund, and Mr. Frank Lovejoy, all on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucian Morwick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Miss Terry Lee was the ballad singer. The Hunting of Bob Lee was based on the book by C.L. Sonicson and was adapted for Suspense by Gil Dowd. Featured in tonight's cast were Kathy Lewis, Lou Krugman, Junius Matthews, William Conrad, Harry Bartell, Byron Kane, and Joseph Kearns.
Tonight's appearance of Mr. Widmark was made possible through the kind permission of 20th Century Fox Studios, whose current release is The Desert Fox, starring James Mason.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Joseph Cotton, in another story based on actual events, a dramatic report we call The Trials of Thomas Shaw.
For the location of your nearest Autolite spark plug or battery dealer, or your nearest authorized Autolite service station, phone Western Union by number and ask for Operator 25. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.